objection by the public. Honourable members, Standing Order 42.2 provides that if a passage if a message is received from the President at a time when the House is not in session, the Speaker shall forthwith cause the message to be transmitted to every member and report the message to the House on the day the House next sits. Consequently, in keeping with the provisions of Standing Order 42.2, on 27 June 2024, I notified all members of the message from the President and referred the memorandum from the President to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for expeditious consideration. Honourable members, following the submission of the memorandum, my office received several inquiries from members of Parliament and the general public regarding the fate of the bill and the manner of bringing the fiscal deficit arising from its rejection. Various misleading opinions have also been advanced on the fate of the bill following its referral back to the House. Given the gravity and import of the matter, I issued an explainer with a view to creating clarity and understanding on both procedural and legal tenets relating to the referral. Honourable members, one of the primary concerns then was on whether the President can propose the deletion of all operative clauses in a bill or indeed the entire bill. From the onset, I wish to clarify that the President's memorandum recommending rejection of the entire bill, though significant, was neither exceptional in our legislative history nor new to this august House. Members may recall that on 2nd May 2024, I conveyed a message from the President relating to the referral of the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 56 of 2022, back to the House for reconsideration. In the memorandum, the President expressed reservation on Clause 2 of the bill, which was the operative provision in the bill, and further recommended its deletion. This essentially constituted a rejection of the whole bill. Similarly, members at the bar, take the nearest seats. The nearest seats. Similarly, in the 11th and 12th Parliaments, the then President referred the Central Bank Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2014, and the Law of Contract Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2019, back to the National Assembly for reconsideration. In both instances, the recommendation from the President was the deletion of the operative clauses of the bills, which in essence constituted rejection of the said bills. Honourable members, a strict reading of Article 115 of the Constitution shows that no limitation is imposed on the nature of reservations or indeed the recommendations that the President ought to make on a bill. Indeed, this is also reflected in the practice in other comparative jurisdictions. For instance, in the US Congress, the President, while referring a bill back to the House, may either choose to provide general recommendations based on the reservations to the bill or propose the actual text to be added or deleted from the specified parts of the bill. Honourable members, concerns were also raised on whether the Finance Bill 2024, having been referred back to the National Assembly, would become law due to affliction of time on the basis of the provisions of Article 115 of the Constitution. For clarity, Article 115 of 6 of the Constitution states, and I quote, 115.6, if the President does not assent to a bill or refer it back within the period prescribed in Clause 1, the bill shall be taken to have been assented to on the expiry of that period. For context, Article 115(1) of the Constitution provides that within 14 days after receipt of a bill, the President shall A. assent to the bill, B. refer the bill back to Parliament for reconsideration by Parliament, noting any reservations that the President has concerning the bill. A clear reading of these provisions reveals that the 14-day period applies to the President's action regarding assent or refusal to assent to a bill. As soon as any of the actions contemplated under Article 115(1) is undertaken by the President within the timelines prescribed, the application of Article 115(6) ceases to apply. In this regard, I wish to reiterate that the Constitution ought not to be construed in a narrow or sophistic sense. The Constitution should be interpreted broadly and liberally in accordance with the guiding principles provided under Article 259(1) of the Constitution. Bearing this in mind, it becomes evident that the 14-day period specified in Article 115 is a timeline for the President's action and not a date when the bill automatically becomes law. Therefore, the concerns alluding to the possibility of the Finance Bill 2024 becoming law due to affliction of time were and still are unfounded and a miscomprehension of the provisions of the Constitution. This also explains why the House was not recalled from recess for special sittings. Honorable members, now that the regular sittings of the House have resumed, I wish to state that Standing Order 154(2) requires the House to consider the President's reservations within 21 days when the House next meets. Under normal circumstances, the House would have had 21 days from today within which to consider and dispense with the memorandum. However, noting that the memorandum had already been referred to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration on the 27th June 2024, I have been briefed that the committee is yet to conclude its consideration and shall table a report to the House on or before Tuesday, 30th July 2024, that is next week. Honorable members, permit me at this point to remind the House of the Speaker's communication of 28th July 2015 concerning the consideration of the President's reservations to a bill and amendments thereto. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. The nearest seats. Honorable members, permit me at this point to remind the House of the Speaker's communication on 28th July 2015 concerning the consideration of the President's reservations to a bill and amendments thereto. Take a seat, Honorable Member. As per the guidance, any member who wishes to move the House to reinstate any clause of the Finance Bill 2024 shall be required to marshal the support of at least 233 members of this House. This is in keeping with the provisions of Article 115(4) of the Constitution, which requires that such a proposal be supported by at least 2/3 of the members of the National Assembly. Conversely, agreement with the President's reservations and the recommendation to delete all the clauses of the bill shall only require the support of a simple majority of the members present and voting. This is in line with the provisions of Article 115(2)(a) of the Constitution, as read with Article 122(1) of the Constitution. Honorable members, when the memorandum will be scheduled by the House Business Committee for the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, the House will convert itself into a committee of the whole House for that purpose. Any amendments to be proposed to the bill will be proceeded with in the manner I have guided. Honorable members, having conveyed the message from the President, I now wish to address the various measures that need to be undertaken to bridge the fiscal deficit arising from the rejection of the Finance Bill 2024. On the Division of Revenue Act 2024, Article 218 of the Constitution requires Parliament to introduce the Division of Revenue Bill and the County Allocation of Revenue Bill at least 2 months before the end of each financial year. The Division of Revenue Bill divides revenue raised by the national government among the national and county levels of government. On its part, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill divides the revenue allocated to the county level of government among the counties. As members will recall, His Excellency the President assented to the Division of Revenue Bill Act 2024 on 10th June 2024. The Act provides for the division of revenue raised nationally between the national government and the county governments for the financial year 2024-25. In particular, the Act provides that the total shareable revenue is Kenya shillings 2.9 trillion, out of which 2.5 trillion was allocated to the national government and 400 billion was allocated to county governments. The revenue apportioned by the Division of Revenue Act was based on projections of revenue intended to be raised by the national government in financial year 2024-25. As such, the amounts in the Division of Revenue Act 2024 may only be realized if the projected revenues are actually collected by the national government. Any shortfall in the projected revenue collection has a significant bearing on the shares apportioned between the two levels of government. Honourable members, it's estimated that the rejection of the Finance Bill 2024 will occasion a financial gap of approximately 346 billion. This gap shall significantly impact the amounts apportioned by the Division of Revenue Act, the revenue due to counties under the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2024, and the monies appropriated to finance the budget for financial year 2024-25. On the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2024, I am aware that on 10th July 2024, His Excellency the President did refer back the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2024 to the Senate for reconsideration in light of the anticipated fiscal deficit. Article 219 of the Constitution obligates the national government to transfer the equitable share apportioned to counties in the Division of Revenue Act without reduction. To ensure that the national government does not default on its obligations, the Division of Revenue Act 2024 ought to be amended to reflect the revenue that the national government is capable of transferring to the counties in view of the current reality. Failure to amend the Division of Revenue Act 2024 shall result in the national government owing a financial obligation which it cannot clearly meet. In addition to the proposed reconsideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2024 by the Senate, it's expected that the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee shall introduce a bill to effect necessary amendments to the Division of Revenue Act 2024. On Supplementary Estimates 1, with regard to the monies already appropriated by the House to finance the budget for the year 2024-25, I wish to remind the House of the notification I issued on 12th July 2024, informing you of the submission of the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2024-25, which I referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the departmental committees for expedited consideration. The supplementary estimates seek to rationalize the financial year 2024-25 budget estimates to align with the revised fiscal framework and actualize expenditure cuts across the three arms of government, constitutional commissions, and independent offices. As guided in my notification on 12th July 2024, the Budget and Appropriations Committee is expected to table its report on the Supplementary Estimates 1 on or before tomorrow, Wednesday, 24th July 2024. The House shall thereafter consider the said estimates and the resultant legislation to give effect to the revised fiscal framework and the proposed expenditure reductions. The House is accordingly guided, and I thank you. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats before the next communication. Yes, Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to comment on this matter.
You know, communication from the chair is never debated.
Mr. Speaker, it's true, but this is a very, very weighty matter, Mr. Speaker, the memorandum from the President on the finance bill.
Yes.
For the simple reason, Mr. Speaker, first, when you look at this memorandum, you'll realize that Kenyans have not yet come to understand very well on how Parliament operates. What stages that a bill goes through, the first reading, second reading, third reading, and also what happens when a bill is presented to the President for assent. So, Mr. Speaker, we used to have, as a friend of mine said that yesterday, that a colleague of mine, we used to have open days in Parliament where people used to be taken through these processes of the bill making, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important decision that has been made on a very important bill in this country, Mr. Speaker. And you know very well, before we went on recess, how emotive and how controversial this bill was, Mr. Speaker. And there are people in the country, our voters, who believe that this bill is becoming a law, Mr. Speaker. They believe that this bill is going to be implemented. But, Mr. Speaker, and this is unprecedented situation, because this is the first time since I came to this Parliament 10 years ago that a bill, the President has deleted every clause of a bill, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure whether he has deleted even the title of the bill. We need to check that in the memorandum. But he has deleted every clause of the bill, Mr. Speaker. It's unprecedented. It has never happened. In the last 10 years, we used to have a memorandum that comes to the House where the President could have issues with one clause, 2 or 3 clauses. This is the first time that a whole bill has been deleted. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? If you ask me as a legislature here, because you have to raise 2/3 numbers to undo what he has recommended, according to me, this bill is, what do they say, dead as a dodo, Mr. Speaker. They say dodo is an animal that used to live in Malaysia, which is instinct now. So the bill is instinct as we...
Malaysia, Madagascar.
Madagascar, you're right, Mr. Speaker, in Madagascar. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill as we speak is dead, because I don't think we have the capacity to raise 2/3 in this House, and we don't intend to do, because of the whip, I will not provide the 2/3 from our side, to undo what the President has done. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very important to give clarity to our voters, to give clarity to Kenyans that this bill is dead. We only need to agree on a burial date where we are going to do the burial rites, and we bury it properly and we forget about it.
It is buried.
In our area, it's called teruburu. We just do the teruburu and we finish with this thing, Mr. Speaker.
You've made your point. Okay. Give him the mic.
My last point is this, Mr. Speaker. In your communication also, other than the issues that came back from the presidency, is the issue of how to deal with the supplementary budget 1 and the county revenue allocation. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House again. Let us look at those things objectively. It is this House that can know where to cut that money from in the budget, Mr. Speaker. And I want to urge the Budget Committee to sit down and look with a tooth comb the budget that was passed and make sure that we remove excess baggage and excess fat from areas that Kenyans don't need money for. Let us not touch issues that are very important to Kenyans. That is the work of the Budget Committee. Let them stand up to the occasion, and the majority leader has been a budget chairman for 7 years. He knows, he can guide them. Let us not cut the money from where we think that the Kenyans will feel paid. So, Speaker, with those few remarks, I agree the deletion, and will be presiding over the burial of that bill when it is brought here.
Honorable members, I'm not opening debate on this. The communication is not to elicit debate. But Junet is right. The mischievous and misleading comments about the fate of the bill upon rejection unfortunately came from some of our own members here. Members continued churning out fake news to the public about the fate of the bill, to the effect that within 14 days it was going to become law, which was false. One senior member even sent me a draft bill to repeal the finance bill that was not an act of law. And I politely reminded him that you cannot repeal an existing act. You cannot repeal a rejected bill. And this point comes home to all of us. The finance bill was the genesis, probably the catalyst of the events that we have witnessed in the country. Continuing to churn fake news about the finance bill is to compound the problem in the country. So I urge all of us to follow the procedure. Junet, you are right that it might be difficult for any member proposing to save a clause in the bill to raise 2/3 majority, knowing how this House operates. But under the Constitution and the standing orders, we must go through the entire rigmarole to make sure that the bill comes back to the House. You sit as a committee of the whole, you consider each clause. If there is nobody challenging the deletion by the President, you vote with a simple majority present and voting, meaning our quorum number being 50, half of that is 25. They can vote to 26, can vote to support the President's memorandum. Any one of you who wants to save any part of the bill, including the title, marshal 233 members when it comes so that you can vote to save it. Thank you. Yes, McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to, on behalf of the Finance Committee, to report that we've already met as a committee and done our report, and we are ready to table tomorrow morning, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Then we will finish it even faster. Members on their feet, take your seats. I have another message to deliver. Bowen, stop greeting colleagues and take a seat. Honorable members, the second message from His Excellency the President is on nomination of persons for appointment to the offices of Cabinet Secretaries. Honorable members, Standing Order 42.1 relating to message from the President provides that the Speaker shall read to the House any message from the President delivered to the Speaker for communication to the House. In this regard, I wish to convey to the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President notifying the nomination of various persons for appointment to the offices of Cabinet Secretaries. In the message, His Excellency the President conveys that in excess of powers conferred on him by Articles 152(2) of the Constitution, as read together with Sections 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates various persons for appointment to the aforementioned offices. For clarity, Article 152(2) of the Constitution states, and I quote, "The President shall nominate and with approval of the National Assembly appoint Cabinet Secretaries." The names of persons submitted to this House for approval for appointment as Cabinet Secretaries are as follows. Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and National Administration. Dr. Deborah Mulongo Barasa, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Health. Honorable Alice Wahome, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development. Dr. Julius Migos Ogamba, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education. Honorable Roslinda Soipan Tuya, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Defense. Dr. Andrew Mwihia Karanja, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Order. 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 Honorable Rosalinda Soipan Tuya, AGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Defense. Dr. Andrew Mwihia Karanja, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Honorable Aden Bare Duale, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. Order. Mr. Order, honorable members, order. 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 I shall not repeat. Order. Honorable Eric Murithi Muuga, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Mr. Davis Chirchir, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Roads and Transport. Dr. Margaret Nyambura Ndungu, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy. In view of the foregoing and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointments, order. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, in view of the foregoing and in pursuant the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, as read together with the Standing Order 42.3, I hereby refer the message from the President together with the curriculum vitae of the nominees to the Committee on Appointments. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Can we listen to the communication? Honorable members, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 provides that unless otherwise provided in law, the committee to which such nomination is referred shall consider the matter and table a report in the House within 28 days. It is therefore imperative that the Committee on Appointments immediately commences the process of consideration of the nominees. The Committee on Appointments is expected to immediately notify the nominees and the general public, commence the necessary approval hearings, and table its report in the House soonest to enable the House to consider the nominees within the stipulated timelines. I thank you. Next. No. Hakuna. Order. Yes, Junet, order. Order, honorable members. Junet, what is it?
Huh? Yeah. Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
I'll come to you. Yes. Order, members. Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, Kaluma. Mr. Speaker, they normally say in Parliament, what you communicate is what is communicated, and that is what is final. But I'm not sure whether this list is the same one, Mr. Speaker. We cannot change your records in Parliament, but we are really in doubt whether this is the real one. But we shall wait. Mr. Speaker, having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on this matter and say this. Mr. Speaker, this time and this period in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell members, my colleagues, that vetting of this CSS is not going to be business as usual. This time, Mr. Speaker, and this time, Mr. Speaker, I repeat for the third time, if somebody is not suitable, if somebody is not capable, if somebody doesn't have the capacity, we are going to throw him out, Mr. Speaker. We must do justice to Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, and we must do our work properly this time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I participated in the vetting of the last CSS, Mr. Speaker. We know what people told us in that vetting, and we know there are people who have come back. If your records of net worth is not colluding or is not balancing, Mr. Speaker, just know we will throw you out of the window, not even the door. Mr. Speaker, the responsibility of making sure who is suitable and who meets the requirement of becoming a CS is vested in this House, Mr. Speaker, through the Parliamentary Approval Act.
Honorable Junet,
I'm finishing, Mr. Speaker.
You are a member of the vetting committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is this House that is going to make sure it is this House that is going to make sure, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans get value for their money. It is this House that is going to make sure, Mr. Speaker, if you know brothers and sisters who have been nominated, if you know you don't qualify, please leave early before you come to this House. This time we will put you in front of Kenyans bare, Mr. Speaker. Bare, naked bare, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are tired, and Kenyans are saying that they don't mind anybody becoming a CS. They want to have CSS in offices, but they want to have the right people who are qualified, Mr. Speaker. And we are going to do our constitutional mandate, Mr. Speaker, to make sure, especially for those who are in offices before and who have been brought back, you will see what we are going to do to you people, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I am prepared in the vetting committee to kutane na you watu mundu kumundu.
Thank you. Yes, Kamket. Remember, honorable members, we don't debate communication such as this. Yes, Kamket.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while what you've read could be contradictory to what we heard the President announce, well, I would like you, Mr. Speaker, to confirm, indeed, that what you've read is actually what was communicated by the head of state. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I have heard the Honorable Junet threatening those cabinet nominees. The Honorable Junet, Mr. Speaker, while the bar must be raised high for anyone appointed to cabinet, Mr. Speaker, or any other public position, we do not also expect that we are going, or His Excellency the President is going to appoint angels into cabinet. So, in as much as Honorable Junet is here threatening those nominees, even him, Honorable Junet, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. And therefore, he must not stand here and threaten the careers of other Kenyans as if he's a very clean man. Even him, we know him also, Mr. Speaker.
Order. There is no motion against him here. Yes, Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the message that you have delivered, and I want to say that I'm sure that this time the list is very correct. And on behalf of the people of Narok, I want in advance to congratulate Honorable Soipan Tuya for coming back to a very important ministry.
Order, Sunguri. Order. Soipan is not a minister yet. She's only proposed. Kiborek. Order. Order, let's hear Honorable Kiborek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to, Mr. Speaker, will it be in order for the House to revet those CSs who have been vetted by the same House previously? My second point, Mr. Speaker, is there is many rumors going around that there's a broad-based government, Mr. Speaker. Is there a possibility that Mbadi doesn't want to sit because maybe it will be something in the next coming days, Mr. Speaker? Maybe the arrogance has started getting to his head, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, or maybe the humility, because I know Mbadi is a very humble guy. Maybe, I don't know, or maybe Junet is an interested party, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Kiborek.
Mr. Speaker, I was asking, is it in order to revet those CSs who have been vetted before, Mr. Speaker? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, in the same House and the same Parliament to revet the CSs for the second time. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Kiborek. Under the Constitution and the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, everybody, whether they were in the dismissed cabinet or not, once reappointed, must be vetted by this House. In fact, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act says the persons to be vetted include those appointed and reappointed. That is the law. So those who have been reappointed, of course, I've read in some public fora whether persons who have been reappointed after dismissal qualify to be so reappointed. Again, the answer is in the affirmative. Unless you have been dismissed for breaching Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Unless you have been dismissed for violating the Constitution and being unaccountable in the management of public resources. The dismissal assigned no reasons for the dismissal, and therefore they are eligible for reappointment, and under the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, you will vet them and vote on their reappointment. Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Last time you nearly assaulted me on the chair because I didn't give you time to speak.
Thank you today.
I hope now it mitigates everything.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, what we are discussing is so important because it is actually the crux of the matter of what is happening in the country today. The ministers, the cabinet secretaries were dismissed from public pressure because due to public pressure. Apparently, clearly, the public, going by what was happening, had actually lost confidence in the government. And when they invaded parliament, this was a loss of confidence on parliament and its credibility. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the process that is now reversing that must start in the most transparent way, without doubt, absolutely. Mr. Speaker, what the President announced is definitely different from what you have read to us. Mr. Speaker, at that point alone, the public will not really have confidence in what we are doing, unless probably the President came and first of all made the changes. He has the ability to do that. But what the public knows of the people we are going to vet is actually what he announced. Now, what we are going to vet now is totally different. Mr. Speaker, what the people believe, whether they are right or wrong, is important. People act from their belief. And when they were running and attacking at the National Assembly, it is arising from their deep belief that we do not represent their interest, we are not credible to them. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I find, and you really need to clarify this, why the list you have read to us is different from what the President read. We are starting from a very weak point on that basis alone, Mr. Speaker. We really need to preserve this country, and particularly this House. The challenges are going to be bigger. Leave alone the issue that you dismiss people and then you bring them back. The question is, why did you dismiss them in the first place? But leaving that aside, Mr. Speaker, that credibility is required. We should have the same list, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Nyikal, as a House of Parliament, we are a House of record. And the record we have is a communication from the Executive Office of the President. And it must be in writing and signed by the President. And it is right here. That is the President's signature, you can see. And that is the communication letter from the Head of Public Service. The President, like anybody else, has the right to change his mind on what he has decided. What is important is the record that comes to this House. And the record that has arrived in this House is what I have read to you. Remember that nobody will become minister, one, until and unless the President has written to Parliament, two, until Parliament has sat in committee and vetted, and three, until the whole House has voted on the report of the vetting committee. That is what is important, Honorable Nyikal. We have had cases before where members were pronounced on media as having been appointed as ambassadors, and we have received communication that shows that they have been transposed from one station to another, and we have vetted them without question. In any case, the proposed names that I've read to you are not ministers until you pass in this House. So there's nothing inconsistent. Yes, Kaluma?
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm not fortunate to sit in the committee on appointments. But Honorable Speaker, let me tell the members of that committee something the High Court said a short while back as they go into that critical process before I make my last comment.
They includes yours truly here. I'm the chair of that committee.
You are the chair?
Yes.
You are the chair. And I'm your loyal assistant, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the year 2018, this is what the High Court said regarding public appointments under the new constitution. And I quote, Honorable Speaker, that August 27th, 2010 ushered in a new regime of appointments to public office, whereas the past was characterized by open corruption, tribalism, nepotism, favoritism, scrapping the barrow, and political patronage. The new dispensation requires a break from the past. The Constitution, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution signifies the end of jobs for the boys era. Article 10 sets out the values that must be infused in every decision-making process. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this is a critical reminder to us because we are at a point in time when the nation is looking unto this House to provide the leadership it needs. Honorable Speaker, it is for this reason that last week even as the ODM party, independent parties of Azimio also, we sat and said that the government of Kenya belongs to all of us. And Honorable Speaker, we met as ODM and we resolved so. I'm saying this because I don't want some confusion I've seen circulating. Somebody writing saying if members of the ODM party are appointed to government, they are going on their own. We met and resolved so. And Honorable Speaker, don't say no. When the ODM party speaks, even as the Mio has spoken, Honorable Speaker, there is a tendency coming up in this country. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, let me explain to these people the law. Let me explain to these people the law. I will speak.
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Jalas.
Yes. Yeah, we want to speak.
This is not a baraza in Langata. This is a House of Parliament. Go on.
Honorable, let me address, Honorable Speaker, what is in Article 232 of the Constitution. It says the public service will have the face of Kenya. All ethnic communities will be there. Persons of the gender quotas prescribed under Article 27 will be there. Honorable Speaker, as a person from an ethnic community, I will not agree to a position where people says everybody is in the government of Kenya except Luos. Yet Luos also pay taxes. Honorable Speaker, I therefore want to congratulate the President for the appointment, but request the President that within the week, as soon as tomorrow, we want to see those other appointments Baba was to forward to him. And we want all of them approved. And Honorable Speaker, if that can happen, then we are going to push this thing very fast. We cannot leave anybody out. And Honorable Speaker, let me send a warning. We want to tell people sending conflicting positions from the ODM to remember that they are on an interim position in those positions. We can remove them if we resolve a position and then they contradict it. This one has to happen for the good of the nation, and we are telling the government we are ready to serve to secure that Kenya moves properly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Next order. Next order. Next order. Order, honorable members. Order. 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 That order of messages is over. Order. Honorable Wino, take your seat. Order, honorable members. We'll now go back to order number 2, where I have a communication. The messages are over. The message on finance bill and appointments is over. Honorable members, I have a communication. Order. Order, Honorable Were. Order. This is a communication on allegations of bribery of members of parliament in the discharge of parliamentary duties. Order. I don't want any assistance. Just do the listening, let me do the talking. Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that my office is in receipt of correspondences dated 24th and 25th June 2024 from various members of Parliament regarding allegations of bribery of members of Parliament during the voting on the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024. The House, the honorable members include the Honorable Joseph Munyoro MP, the Honorable Joses Kosgei Elmengit MP, the Honorable Jane Kagiri MP, the Honorable Kanywitha Mutunga PhD MP, and the Honorable Didmus Wekesa Barasa MP. The Honorable Didmus Barasa MP also raised the matter on the floor of the House on Wednesday, 25th June 2024. In their complaint, the members allege that on Sunday, 23rd June 2024, the member for Juja, the Honorable George Koimburi, MP, was quoted across various media outlets claiming that members of this House who voted in support of the second reading of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, were bribed with 2 million shillings each to do so. The affected honorable members sought my guidance on how to address this matter. In their estimation, the assertions attributed to the Honorable Koimburi, if left unsubstantiated, continue to bring shame and odium to members of Parliament and paint the entire House in bad light. Honorable members, you will recall when the matter was raised on the floor of the House, I did undertake to give a considered ruling at the next sitting of the House, which is today. In a related development, I wish to inform the House that I have also received a letter dated 22nd July 2024 from the Honorable Koimburi, titled Apology Letter. The letter indicates as follows, I quote, I, George Koimburi Ndungu, of ID number, elected member of Parliament for Juja constituency, would like to tender my apology to the House leadership and my colleague members of Parliament. I understand we are living on a very dynamic and sensitive times, and my utterances in the past may have caused some problems in the country. I'm remorseful and humbly seeking for forgiveness. As an ambassador of peace, I pray that peace do prevail in our country. God bless Kenya. Order. Today, honorable members, at the rise of the House Business Committee at 1:45 p.m., I did call the Honorable Koimburi to ascertain his authorship of the letter. The Honorable Koimburi did confirm authorship of the letter and further denied any claims that he had disowned the letter and its contents. The Honorable Member further indicated that he is currently away in Mombasa and unavailable to attend the sitting of the House until Tuesday, 30th July 2024. Honorable members, any allegation of corrupt practice, bribery, or attempted bribery is sustained on the privilege of the institution of Parliament and deserves expeditious investigations and resolution. The practice and precedents applicable of the House require that any issue touching on the privilege of the House should be dispensed with as a matter of priority. I fully appreciate the pain and discomfort that the pendence of Honorable Koimburi's allegations continues to cause the affected members. However, I've reluctantly allowed the Honorable Koimburi to avail himself to the House by 2:45 p.m. on Tuesday, 30th July 2024, to explain his actions with regard to the complaint raised by the affected members and the context of his apology letter in the manner contemplated by the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 and the standing orders. Thereafter, I shall guide the House on any subsequent actions to be taken in the matter. That is accordingly guided. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for that communication. Honorable Speaker, we are well guided as to your directions on Honorable Koimburi. But Honorable Speaker, I'm a bit concerned because last evening, a gentleman from his office, who I'm told is his constituency office manager, delivered a copy of that letter, and the letter indeed you are alluding to, you will see, is also copied to the offices of the Leader of Minority and the Office of the Leader of Majority. Honorable Speaker, I was able to check after the House Business Committee this afternoon, when you raised the matter before the House Business Committee, that indeed the Honorable Koimburi's PA, when he delivered the letter to my office, the copy that was stamped in my office had only one stamp. But the PA had another copy which was stamped twice, because at one instant the rubber stamp was upside down, and therefore it was stamped twice. And members will note, and Kenyans will note, that that is a letter that was circulating on social media, because I had to take great offense with my staff when I suspected they had circulated a letter on social media before I even saw it myself, because I was seeing it when I was already home after 8 p.m. But, Honorable Speaker, what worries me is that immediately that letter circulated on social media, the Honorable George Koimburi, on his own Facebook page, stamped it fake and said it was a fake letter. Honorable Speaker, it is the same letter that you are now alluding to, and you assert that you have spoken to the Honorable George Koimburi, and he confirmed it was his letter. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, even as the Honorable George Koimburi comes to shed light on what he said on the matters that were complained to, I think his behavior last evening, today, and the days before that, Honorable Speaker, brings into disrepute not just his image as an honorable member of parliament, but also the integrity of the office he holds, Honorable Speaker. And maybe we will wait to hear from him, but I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the House, the kind of member we are dealing with, so that even as he comes on Tuesday, he can also clarify as to whether these letters are fake, or he tells you it's fake. He says on social media it's fake. He tells you he's the author of the letter. We don't know which George Koimburi to believe, the one on social media, the one in churches, or the one who will be here. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we will wait for him, but I honestly do not know who the member for Juja now is. He has too many faces to be able to tell who the member is, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Maua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance. Mr. Speaker, I want to support whatever the leader of majority has said. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at the letter that was circulating in the social media, together with whatever you have read, Mr. Speaker, it does not even detail the reason as to why he's giving an apology. So, Mr. Speaker, later on, Honorable Koimburi may say that he was not giving an apology on the level of the issue of the 2 million. So, Mr. Speaker, that letter is a bit ambiguous on the state as to why he's giving an apology. Mr. Speaker, we want to have, if at all we are to agree, a letter that is talking of an apology over an allegation that the members were given 2 million. But that one is vague and a bit ambiguous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of traditions. And that's why this house is called the August House. Mr. Speaker, this member has made a number of unsubstantiated allegations against individual members of parliament, against the 13th parliament, and against everybody. As much as that apology, on the face of it, as a human being, I may be tempted to accept. But Mr. Speaker, because this thing has been so much circulated and it's all over, I want to beseech you to refer this issue to the Powers and Privilege Committee, so that that document is properly subjected to justice. Justice means I want to go and appear as a witness and say the pain and the agony that I went through as a member who has been included in that particular bracket. So, Mr. Speaker, taking into account that this member has been flip-flopping also, I'm sure next time he will say he did not speak to the Speaker. And we do not want the integrity of the Speaker to be put on question. So I want to agree with the majority leader. For us to be fair, for us to be contented, for us to be satisfied, we beseech you to refer this to the Powers and Privileges Committee, and it will not only deal with this issue, it will also deal with any other member, any other will-be member who will be casting aspersion on the integrity of this House as a House and also individual members. So, Mr. Speaker, I excuse you. This will also give us an opportunity to amend if there are issues that we need to amend in the current standing orders or in the powers and privilege, so that this House remains a respected House in line with the letter and spirit of the current Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I believe strongly that the Honourable Koimburi was in his normal senses when he stood on the pulpit of our church and made the allegation. Honourable Speaker, the follow-up activities do not in any way indicate that Honourable Koimburi was remorseful. I believe it is because your office contacted Honourable Koimburi that he has even written the vague apology letter. Honourable Speaker.
That is not true, Mutunga.
Honourable Speaker.
My office spoke to Koimburi this afternoon after issues were raised in the Kamkunji.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the correction. But let me adjudicate my point. Honourable Speaker, this letter has cost us a lot of pain and a lot of expenses. Wherever we go, Honourable Speaker, we are required, first of all, to deliver the 2 million before you can start doing anything. We are in a situation where members of parliament are branded in this country, and the circumstances under which this allegation was made were very, very severe. Honourable Speaker, we are in a situation where we need to redeem our image, and the Honourable Koimburi only put fuel on a burning fire. Honourable Speaker, I think we do not need Honourable Koimburi to come and give us stories here. I know, Honourable Speaker, you have the discretion, but the House, the committee should be given the responsibility that we may be able to go and tell Honourable Koimburi what we have gone through, so that he may be able to suffer a bit, because he has subjected us to a lot of suffering. Many people have lost their property because of such allegations, Honourable Speaker.
Mama Nairobi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. Honourable Speaker, out there in the public, everybody thinks that Parliament has been under state capture. And when you have a member of Parliament that goes out there and says that he was paid 2 million shillings to vote yes, and he declined, it means that parliamentarians are not able to make decisions on their own. It takes me back to 2023. I made a decision to support the finance bill. In the social media, everybody said I had visited State House and I had gotten a package. I never visited State House. I have never met the president on a one-to-one. I have only met him in public functions. I think that when an honorable member makes such a statement, he should be put to strict proof. As a lawyer, I'm sure you understand that. If he cannot actually substantiate whatever statement he made in public, and we forgive him without him actually withdrawing and apologizing and saying he lied, then what it means is that we are coercing him to actually withdraw. We don't want him to withdraw. He said he was offered 2 million. Let him prove to us who offered him 2 million. If he lied about it, then he should be punished, because whatever he said out there implicates every member of Parliament. When I make decisions here, I make decisions based on my own reasoning, my own objectivity. Sometimes I've even gone against my own party. That means I'm not able, if I'm in Parliament as an opposition leader or government, I am not able to lose my objectivity as a citizen. And I think it is important that all of us in Parliament stand and affirm whatever it is that we say out there in public. And I really would feel ashamed if he was just forgiven and he came back. Because whatever he said there makes it very difficult for us as parliamentarians to actually stand and say we are not bribed. We actually oversight this country's various institutions. What people are seeing right now is abject corruption that is not actually being dealt with. And this corruption is not because the parliamentary oversight committees are not doing their job. It is because the reports that we make as Parliament are not moving forward. And I think it is important for us as Parliament to look at all the reports that we have made over the years that actually call for the prosecution of various members of public entities and the entities that have failed to actually address the corruption that we have oversight.
Thank you.
So for me, I really pray and hope that we shall actually make sure that this member of Parliament is put to strict proof on the 2 million shillings that he got. He really, unless he's suffering from amnesia, if he never got an offer for 2 million and he just went out there and made an allegation that implicates all members of Parliament, then he should be punished.
Wamumbi, you are the last one. Wamumbi is the last one. Give the mic to Wamumbi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we have heard you loud and clear. Mr. Speaker, we are requesting you. We don't want Koibori to come and give an explanation. We heard what he said. Mr. Speaker, for these members to redeem their image and their dignity, Koibori must be punished, Mr. Speaker. For this House to continue, Mr. Speaker, Koibori must be punished, Mr. Speaker, because these members need to redeem their dignity. And those members who also voted no, they also need to tell us whether they were paid to vote no. We voted yes on our own volition, Mr. Speaker. So for this House to continue, for these members to redeem their dignity, Koibori must be punished. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. I did say that I shall guide the House on any subsequent actions to be taken on this matter. Next order. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Yes,
the mic.
Naomi.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. 1. Supplementary estimates, 1 for the year 2024-2025 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning and the following accompanying documents. A. Program-based budget. B. Recurrent estimate. C. Development estimate, Volume 1 and Volume 2. And D. Statement on financial year 2024-2025, supplementary estimate number 1. 2. Legal notice number 105 of 2024 relating to the income tax, charitable organization, and donation exemption. Rules 2024, including explanatory memorandum and evidence of public participation from the National Treasury. Number 3, legal notice number 109 of 2024 relating to the road maintenance levy fund, imposition of levy. Order 2024, including explanatory memorandum and reports of the public participation from the Ministry of Roads and Transport. Number 4, report of the NGCDF Board on project proposals, approved disbursement status, and restrictions imposed on constituency account the third quarter of 2023-2024 financial year. Number 5, price stability target and economic policy of the government for the financial year 2024-2025, budget from the National Treasury. Number 6, the June 2024 special audit report of the Auditor General on debt servicing of external loans in Kenya. And number 7, the June 2024 special audit report of the Auditor General on the implementation of the Global Fund program in Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable McClub. Who is the member talking to Honorable McClub? Take your seats. The House is in session. Honorable Babu Wino, take your seats. Those who are walking out for their coffee or conversations, do so without disrupting the proceedings of the House. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Is Honorable Ndindi Nyoro here? Yes, Mary Mase, are you ready with your report on supplementary estimates? You can do it later. Get in touch with your chair. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd July 2024. That is the report on the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its inspection visit to the new Kenya Planters Cooperative Union or new KPCU warehouses in Nairobi, Sagana and Meru. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Member for cases.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd July 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the President's Memorandum on the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024. Thank you. I beg to lay.
Order number 6. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Emase, we wait for your chairman. You will be given an opportunity to table and give notice of motion. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give notice of motion. I beg to give notice of motion of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its inspection visit to the new Kenya Planters Cooperative Union or new KPCU warehouses in Nairobi, Sagana and Meru, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd July 2024. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Next. Next.
Order number 8, motion. Public petition on funds spent contrary to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution. Resumption of debate.
Okay. Honorable members, we are now at order. Order, members. We are now at order number 8, public petition on funds spent, conduct provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution. Order, my record shows that Honorable Nimrod Mbai moved the motion. Honorable Janet Sitiene seconded the motion. The question was proposed, and then there was a member who claimed there was no quorum. So we now open to debate. My screen has nobody wanting to speak to this. Mover, Nimrod. Where's Nimrod? Janet Sitianei. You are the seconder. Who is... Yes. Yes, Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to indulge you on this matter, because this matter of 223, expenditure against 223, is actually a matter of national interest. And I think that's why the petitioner had petitioned Parliament so that the matter is discussed and debated. Now that, from what you're saying, Honorable Speaker, it was only moved and seconded, I don't know whether it will be procedural, because I'm sure members might not have had time to look at the recommendations. I don't know that it will be procedural. Either you push it, you divide a bit so that we have time to look at it, or we can get a recap of the issues and then we can debate it, Honorable Speaker. Because it's a very important matter, and I think we'll be losing a very big chance as Parliament if we don't discuss this matter. And if that is not possible, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, because it's a matter of really a lot of information on, I could also just make some general remarks as a member of the Budget Committee, as a member also of the Public and Privatization Committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Are you moving that we adjourn the debate on this motion?
Yeah, I would be proposing, Honorable Speaker, that we adjourn the debate to another day.
Don't propose, just move that we adjourn.
Yeah, I move that, Honorable Speaker, we adjourn the debate to another day so that we allow members to look at the report and then we can debate from an informed position.
Do you have a seconder? You are seconded. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8. The debate on the motion on public petition on funds spent contrary to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution be adjourned to the next available opportunity. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, beg for indulgence because I know members having come from the recess, and this is part of the business. Kalimulu says that has bedeviled all parliaments, right from the 11th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, and this House has spoken at length on abuse of Article 223. So I really want to beg members to get a copy of this report and interact with it, because this relates to the payments that were made in the dying hours of the last regime. The telecom haste, the 6 billion telecom haste, Honorable Speaker, and many other payments that were made in the run-up to the last elections are issues that were being addressed by this report. And I really want to beg members to interact with this report so that when this matter comes up for debate again, we can be able to debate with the full knowledge of what the committee found through the interactions with all the stakeholders that they did interact with. And also of note, Honorable Speaker, is for chairs of committees. I can see this matter touches on the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Interior and National Administration. It touches also on the National Treasury, and it will therefore be important for chairs of committees, their vice chairs, and also members who sit in these particular departmental committees to interact with this report before, Honorable Speaker, we make a decision on whether or not to adopt the committee's report, Honorable Speaker. And And I wish to thank Honorable Makali Mulu for moving that motion of adjournment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 9, reports of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 9 constituencies in the Bungoma County.
Chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committees. Is that the committee of Mulyungi? Obiri, are you the...
I'm moving on his behalf.
You are the vice chair or a member of the committee?
I'm a member of the committee.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the chairman of the Decentralized Committee, I beg to move that this House adopts the third report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its examination of the audited financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Fund for the 9 constituencies in Bungoma County for the financial year 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, 2015, 2016, laid on the floor of the House on Thursday, the 7th of March of 2024. Honorable Speaker, the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee is established pursuant to Standing Order 205B and is responsible for the examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the accounts of the NGCDF, NGCDF Board, and National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the NGAAF Board. Honorable Speaker, the committee examined a total of 27 reports of the Auditor General for Sirisia, Kabuchai, Tongaren, Bumula, Kandui, Webuye East, Webuye West, Kimilili, and Mount Elgon constituencies for the financial year 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. The specific observations, findings, and recommendation to the audit queries are contained in the report, the committee report. Honorable Speaker, the committee, upon examination of the Auditor General's report for the 9 constituencies, made general observations and recommendations as follows. There are outstanding land issues in the constituencies examined related to transfer, succession, and acquisition of the title deeds for all the land purchased in the review period. The committee recommends, amongst others, that the NGCDF Board should, within 3 months of the adoption of this report, provide guidelines to project management committees on how to deal with purchase of land that is under succession and the land for which transfers are pending. Further, that the board adopts a policy on the procedure of buying land, while at the same time ensuring that NGCDF committee adhere to the provisions of the NGCDF Regulations 2016 on purchase of land or buildings. Mr. Speaker, reallocation and use of emergency funds. Some of the projects funded using emergency funds did not meet the threshold set out in Section 62, 6 in brackets 2, and Section 8 of the NGCDF Act. The committee therefore recommends that the NGCDF Board should ensure that the fund accounts managers comply with provisions of the Act on the use of emergency funds. Pending ongoing projects were common in the constituencies examined owing to the partial allocation of funds for projects. The committee therefore recommends that the NGCDF Board should, with immediate effect, discourage the partial allocation of funds to projects and ensure that the projects are completed at most within 2 financial years. Further, that the NGCDF Board should develop a realistic policy framework for costing projects for each constituency which is informed by the cost of materials, transportation, taxes, topography of each constituency, and reports from the relevant government departments. There are inadequate cooperation between the internal auditors, the Office of the Auditor General, and the NGCDF board, leading to delays in providing documents that were subject to examination by the Auditor General for verification at the time of the audit, while some fund account managers were ill-prepared during their appearance before the committee. The committee recommends that the NGCDF board should strengthen the link between the board, the Office of the Auditor General, and the funds managers, particularly regarding the timely response to audit queries. Further, the NGCDF board should also improve on the post-audit correction of irregularities cited in the Auditor General's report, as well as ensure that there is a structured handover process between fund account managers when their term of service comes to an end. The committee recommends that the NGCDF board should ensure that constituency committees employ qualified accountants for their constituency offices beginning from the financial year 2023-2024 within the 6% administrative allocation allocated to NGCDF. The committee also recommends for the continuous capacity building of fund account managers on financial reporting standards, record keeping, and procurement laws and regulations. The Honorable Speaker, I wish to move and request Honorable Ngeleche to second this report. Thank you.
The Honorable Julius Moade. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo. Who is seconding? The Honorable Ngeleche is seconding.
Yes.
The MP for Elgeyo Marakwet. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second the motion that this House adopts the third report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, that is NGCDF, for 9 constituencies in Bungoma County. Honorable Speaker, since the establishment of the fund through the enactment of the Constitution's Development Fund, CDF, in 2003, we can all attest that the fund has significantly impact on people's lives in the constituencies through infrastructure development, funding in education, and other projects which it has funded. The amended Act, National Government Constituency Development Fund, Act 2015, has since undergone further amendments to align it to the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the issue of delay in disbursement of funds from the Exchequer continues to affect projects implementation, leading to audit queries in all the constituencies examined. This is a matter that can only be addressed through timely and adequate disbursement of funds to the NGCDF board by the Treasury for immediate release to the constituencies. This will ensure that planned projects are implemented promptly for the benefit of the people. Honorable Speaker, while we laud the good work the NGCDF has done, the committee in its report observed that there were cases where project management committees implemented projects, yet the parcels of land did not have title deeds, Mr. Speaker. The committee recommended that the NGCDF board, in conjunction with NGCDFCs, should ensure that title deeds are obtained from for the affected projects within 3 months of the adoption of this report, and that fund accounts managers should ensure that the PMCs purchase land in the area where there is clear ownership documents, especially in the areas where land adjudication has been done. Mr. Speaker, a matter that a committee continues to engage with the examining constituencies audit accounts in the case where funds managers fail to avail documents to the auditors during the audit window. This has led to audit queries being raised on matters which would have been ordinarily addressed had the documents been availed during the audit period. The committee recommends that the NGCDF board should ensure that fund accounts managers comply with the provision of the section 62, 1B and C of the Public Audit Act, number 34 of 2015, requiring accounting officers to provide the information within a reasonable time that is required under this act. Mr. Speaker, the NGCDF continues to support development in the constituencies, and we should all support measures aimed at strengthening the management of the fund. Implementation of the committee recommendation as contained in this report will therefore go a long way in enhancing the management of this critical fund. Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I support. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I now propose the question. This House adopts the report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 9 constituencies in Bungoma County for financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, and 2015-2016, which was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th March 2024. Honorable Julius Mawathe wants to speak to this now. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on the motion that has been presented here. I don't come from Bungoma County, so I will also make just general remarks concerning the general observations that have been laid beyond the table as moved by the committee. Number one, Honorable Speaker, I need to be very clear to the people of Kenya that members of parliament are not the accounting officers of NGCDF. Members of parliament have no role to play at all in the implementation of the projects. Their role begins and ends at public participation and probably just general oversight, and to ensure that the funds allocated for that particular constituency are utilized as per the law and as per the PFM Act. Honorable Speaker, therefore, if there is any impropriety, if there is any audit queries, they must be directed to the rightful persons and not event the anger of members of parliament. Honorable Speaker, in the past few weeks, in respect of this demonstrations, many members here have been cited for all the malpractices that have been highlighted in the audit reports in respect of the members, in respect of those constituencies. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the committee, especially the one on CDF, to make the following recommendations and strongly pass over to the NGCDF board so that we are able to strengthen and make sure things run properly. Number one, Honorable Speaker, all accounting officers are obligated by the Audit Act and the Constitution to provide audit documents. Where the audit documents are not provided, Honorable Speaker, is the responsibility of the board to take necessary sanctions against those funds accounts officers who failed to produce those documents. Number two, Honorable Speaker, the accounting officers, that's the firm, are also obligated to make sure the proper books of account are maintained at all times. Honorable Speaker, things like bank reconciliation becoming an audit query is an indictment of the level or the quality or the capacity of these accounting officers. So, Honorable Speaker, one of the recommendations, therefore, another recommendation that needs to pass over very clearly, there must be capacity building. They should not just pick anybody to become a fund accounts manager who does not have the capacity, cannot even maintain a books of account. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, there is always many challenges at the time of transition, from one committee to another, and from one accounting officer to another. And that particular moment, there are so many gaps that are normally found in the respective files. I have also witnessed in my constituency, Honorable Speaker, it's therefore important that there must be a mechanism put in place at the board to ensure the handover is seamless and all the documents are handed over. And if the outgoing fund manager still remains in service, that fund account manager should be held liable and must be obligated to provide all the information that's required. Nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, we also want those Office of the Auditor General to understand the unique circumstances, the unique nature of NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, some of the requirements, be it in procurement or tendering, might not be achievable depending on where the particular project is being undertaken. I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, if you went to the remotest part of this country, for example, Mandera, whatever side or Wajir, to get probably all the contractors who have got all the requirements, is going to be a tall order. If we do not look at it sympathetically, look at it in a more robust manner, then we are going to condemn all the projects in this country. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, whatever happens, NGCDF remains the only engine of development that can be noticed all over wherever we go. I want to urge my colleagues, NGCDF belongs to the people of the constituency, do not belong to the members of parliament. Members of parliament should avoid personalizing NGCDF projects. You don't have to fix your photo on a school bus you are bought for a school. You do not need to fix your photo on the posters or the signboards that we normally are required for purposes of as required on the board. Honorable Speaker, we must as a people guard, because the recipients of CDF have no problem with the CDF. It's only the lazy bodies, the busy bodies all over the country who think that NGCDF is a license for an MP to be re-elected. NGCDF is a poisoned chalice that is normally can either send an MP home or can retain an MP. It's not an automatic passage to the next point. But I want to urge my colleagues that wherever we are, let's talk about NGCDF, because that's what can be seen all over. All those other projects cannot even be seen. Honorable Speaker, the other day, I saw in a report somewhere, there's a certain constituency where the school infrastructure is dilapidated, and the only thing you can see are those ones done by NGCDF. The county has never built an ECD block. The county has never done anything. So we must not bastardize. We must always strengthen NGCDF. And we want to ask our colleagues in the Senate, if they have nothing important to do, if they have nothing important to debate in their chamber, let not waste their time talking about NGCDF. We don't talk about their Senate Oversight Fund, which they only use to probably to eat mandazis and keep girlfriends and mistresses in their offices. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the report.
Thank you. Member for Ruaraka.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for recognizing my presence in the House. I would have passed it, but I cannot pass an opportunity such as this to contribute to issues concerning my people. Mr. Speaker, this is very interesting. Mr. Speaker, sir, you see, in Ruaraka, there are several efforts to be able to resolve the issues of interest to my electorate. One of them is intervention of the devolution. The other is the direct intervention of national government. We have seen all this over the years, but until the solution of Constituency Development Fund came, there has been no other attempt at reaching the basic needs of the people as has been with the disbursements of CDF, especially in issues of education and security. I'm aware that there is a tussle, but this tussle is elitist, sponsored by those who think that all the funds should go to devolution. If you think like that, then there would be no reason for division of revenue. When you think about it, Mr. Speaker, once there is division of revenue, which is in the Constitution, the revenue which remains to the national government has authority and has the leeway to be able to spend it in the best manner in which it can impact on the people. So this money called Constituency Development Fund does not come at all from the devolved funds. Professor Undo here would assist me. It does not come at all from the devolved funds. There is division of revenue. Whether I like it or not, at some point we would have to divide revenue, and at some point, whether it is in for 35%, 45%, 50%, or even 70%, some money will have to go to the national revenue and devolve. So we are just talking about the national. So to that extent, when I hear a lot of resistance, especially from the Council of Governors, resisting that devolution would mean more money to them, I think they have just lost concept of the constitutional order in which money is divided. Mr. Speaker, together with the action of this House in looking afresh at the CDF Act and aligning it with the provision of the court rulings, and especially on the Constitution, the Member of Parliament has no chance except mobilizing his people during public participation, and has been said by Professor Oundo. What I want to say, this country must, choose to develop. If they choose to develop, then they must allow those who are able to mobilize communities to be able to ignite enough funds that would stimulate growth at the constituency level. Now, some of us, we earn our salaries, and my salary is enough to pay for the services. As I stand before you here, my salary has been paid. I have no appetite, I have no interest in putting my fingers in monies which I don't have legislation authority over. In fact, one would say that now I don't have money to spend on funerals, on weddings. Maybe at some point I will urge the House to allocate, if at all the economy recovers, so that I can have money to pay for funerals and weddings. But as of now, my legislative duties, my representation duties, my oversight duties are well paid by my salary. So this misnomer that governors think that, of course, if they destabilize CDF, or for that matter, the other house, that then that would give them the opportunity to put their fingers on this tail. In fact, it is the reverse. Mr. Speaker, have you asked yourself why governors, for example, give bursaries to students? If their mandate, this is a constitutional mandate, is about ECD, and the law is ECD, what is this mandate they have that they are exercising to give bursaries? So this is just a confused system. We have to come to order so that monies are concentrated where the Constitution has directed them to be. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kajwang, did you say governors are giving bursary to secondary and university students?
I am shocked, Mr. Speaker, that the bulk, I've never had a governor give ECD, and I'm waiting for governors to be able to give scholarships for the bright children in preparatory 1 and preparatory 2. I'm waiting for that day when a governor will call nursery students to give ECD. The money is paid to secondary students, university students. The other day, somewhere in Eldoret, and the governor, who is now an honorable member of parliament, has never been able to respond to this, that tranches of thousands and thousands of money were paid to some students going abroad. This is a student going to do master's and postgraduate diploma. Why would you want to put public funds to equip a boy who is now going to go into postgraduate training while you are unable to afford schools, primary schools, ECD schools? So I think that governors I do not know what kind of the devil that has walked into our system, but really the devil is walking within our system in some way that we are impervious to reason, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kajuang, the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the chance. I think I've been sitting here the whole day, and thank you for this chance. I don't come from Bungoma, but I was born in Bungoma. The issues that have been raised by the CTF, I don't know, but I want just to make a few comments here and there on the same. First and foremost, I want to agree with Honorable Kachwang on the governors at giving out bursaries. I know they have particular cases where they give out scholarships. That can be accepted because on a specific issue, for example, maybe one of the students is outstanding in an area, or at least has no parents, so it's an orphan. I've seen governors giving scholarships to go overseas. That's acceptable. But giving out bursaries, I think, is something that is misplaced, and this actually misappropriation of funds for the community. I know cases where they're supposed to be building ECDs, not giving out bursaries. So I think they just want to, and of course the other one I want to talk about is where I saw on the TV, Mr. Speaker, and maybe you saw the same, our colleagues across, the senators, wanting to do away with the CDF. I don't know where that member of parliament, I don't want to mention his name, but I saw it. I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he lives. Maybe somebody who's in Nairobi and doesn't even know what's happening at home. So he wants us that NCGDF should be abolished. That is out of envy and jealousy, because he knows that maybe his members of parliament are doing so well, and so therefore the only thing he can do is, of course, to undermine him by suggesting that NCGDF should be abolished. I think it's time for this House, maybe the Speaker of this House, to talk to the Speaker of the next House so that this issue is not even raised anymore. Because how does he talk about that? I saw it personally on the TV, and I know the gentleman, but I think he's a newcomer, so who has nothing to say. Just because he was given a chance to talk in the Senate, he stood up and started talking about that kind of thing. Now, the other thing is that, quite true, the issue of NCGDF dealing with land issue all over the country is an issue, because you may want maybe the community want a school to be put somewhere. Maybe if it's not a school, maybe a the chief's office or assistant chief's office. And so again, it must be very clear. For it to function, you must have what they call the title deed. And most cases in this country, title deeds are an issue. People are not having title deeds. And those who, maybe the issues, maybe because of the parents passed on and what have you, and that issue is there. And so NCGDF has been having problems in Guti, my own area, where you find that the land is there, but very conveniently located, but he cannot do anything on that land because there's no title deed for the same. So the same thing is happening maybe in Bungoma, where I was born, but I don't live there. That issue is there. Then, of course, the other thing that we should actually tell people is that the capacity building, that should be an ongoing cases, because we have cases where the officers in that NHCDF are not properly trained. And so the issues actually, maybe even bookkeeping is not very good for them and what have you, and reports, what have you, supposed to go to the headquarters, they can't make those kind of reports. So we need to have NHCDF having regular training and exposure in all the areas. Maybe if we take a region, Rift Valley or whatever, or whatever region it is, we can have then NCGDF training some of these people so they can be able to understand the importance of actually running the NCGDF. Otherwise, the CDF actually is the best way of looking at the development in the area. And I think in myself, for example, I think I'm where I am because of the work being done in my constituencies. I think we've done very well because we take care of the bursaries for those who are not able. And I don't just give out bursaries, I do what they call vetting, where we vet those who actually deserve. Because there are those who actually don't deserve, but they also want those bursaries. We do that, and we give them very regularly. The only problem, as mentioned by somebody, is the delay in disbursement of the CDF funds. I think that's, again, as a parliament, you should be able to tell that as a CDF board to be able to be giving out the money on time, because that is the biggest problem. You have an issue, you have got a project, but it cannot take off, or you have actually engaged a contractor on building some structures, second school, or whatever, but it takes such a long time for the money to come on time. So that, again, is something that must be corrected so that we can be able to go forward and be able to complete some of the projects in time. Otherwise, I want to take this opportunity to say, please, let's be serious about NGCDF, and anybody opposing that, then he does not know what where we are. I support this particular motion. Thank you.
The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice to the debate on this important report. The report which has been tabled by the Committee on Special Programs, which is chaired by Honorable Muliungi, the MP Mwingi Central. I want to start by thanking the committee and all the members for this good work. I think this is the second report we are debating from this committee. And this report is specifically for constituencies in Bungoma County, Honorable Speaker. I think, Honorable Speaker, this approach of looking at one county and all the constituencies in that county in terms of looking at how CDF has been spent is a very good approach, because neighboring constituencies have a lot of things to share. When I listened to this report, Honorable Speaker, I've just been trying to think through what happened in the Senate about 2 weeks ago when they were debating NGCDF, the National Government Constituency Development Fund. And as I watched the senators discuss this matter, Honorable Speaker, I saw a lot of ignorance in terms of what CDF does in different parts of this country. And I could see people who are debating from a position of lack of information. Honorable Speaker, we have amended the CDF, the original CDF Act many times. And we've even amended the National Government CDF Act about 3 times now. And one of the things which has happened to this Act, Honorable Speaker, is that the Member of Parliament initially used to be a patron of that, the NGCDF. And at that, there was a provision for what we used to call an oversight committee, where the MP was the chair, and he was expected to nominate other 4 members, so that the oversight the CDF implementation. But the latest amendment, Honorable Speaker, we did away with that oversight committee. So as we are talking now, a Member of Parliament is just oversight CDF, just as he does with all the other national government projects. And I think this committee of special programs, should be able to bring these matters out clear, so that those Kenyans who are ignorant are not able to get the information from the latest amendment, can understand what is happening. So when it comes to CDF matters, Honorable Speaker, it is a board which oversees implementation on day-to-day basis. And the only time a Member of Parliament comes in is when you are doing public participation to identify the projects and programs to be implemented. On that basis then, after public participation, the board takes over the implementation. The Member of Parliament now becomes a person who oversees the implementation. And it's on the basis of that that anybody who wants to associate a Member of Parliament fully with the CDF is a person who is misinformed. And I want to urge our colleagues in the Senate to take time and look at this act so that they are updated in terms of how CDF is structured. But listen to the report, Honorable Speaker. About 3 things have come up in the recommendations. One of them is a matter of land, where we are saying the committee went out there and was not able to get title deeds for some of the land where some of these projects have been located. And I want to really urge my colleagues in this committee, the truth of the matter is in this country, some areas have no title deeds. Land has not been titled, the title deeds have not been given to the landowners. And what people are doing is, people would know that this is my land, and they are watching now for issues of land surveying and all that to be done, so that they can get their titles. In such a situation, what is happening? What normally happens is, you will come to me as a landowner, and we'll do an agreement in the presence of their local assistant chief, so that he's satisfied that that land has been set aside for public utilities. And it is on the basis of that, then I will be able to locate a school, an assistant chief's office there, and any other project we are doing. So in a situation where documentation has been done and is filed, I think as a committee, you should be able to appreciate the fact that land title deeds are not all over the country. So in that case, even as you say, you are not able to find the title deeds for the land, it would be important to tell us whether you are able to get another documentation to confirm that that is public land. I think that is critical. And like where I come from, my area, that's what we have been doing, that we will ask the owner of the land to sign documents in the presence of the assistant chief, so that even as we process the title deeds, we don't delay implementation of projects which have been identified by the public members, by the members of the public. The other point which has come up with the issue of documentation, where you are saying you go there and you find that there is no accounting document to support the expenditure. And I think this recommendation was also part of the other recommendation, the other report, where you are saying as you travel and visit different constituencies, you realize that fund managers are not able to present you with the required accounting documents. And I think really, to me, the way I look at it, this could be a very deliberate move, Honorable Bribery, and I want to thank you for the moving, because you know we belong to the same party. You have moved this report very well. So what I want to say is, this could be a very deliberate move, because most of our fund managers, honorable members, are people who have a background in terms of professional background, either an accountant or an economist. And actually, one of the basic criteria for recruitment is that you are able to prepare books of accounts. The other thing, CDF does not operate a separate, what do we call this book where you record expenditure? Is it cash book? They don't operate a different book. What happens is there's a district accountant who is posted there by the Ministry of Treasury to oversee accounting works. On that basis, Honorable Bribery, I will not belief when you say that people are not able to provide accounting documents because they don't have what it takes in terms of capacity. I would want to agree with you that they are not able to provide those documents because they are doing it deliberately so that they cover some of their wrong moves in terms of financial accountability. And to me, that's why we would want to see a more stronger recommendation saying that in situations where people have not been able to account for such a money, then you either hand those people to the Auditor General for further investigation or either to the DCI for further investigation. So that in that case, then, we hold these fund managers accountable for purposes of implementation of our projects. And we have to bear this in mind. It's important I say this, Honorable Speaker. Most of these fund managers are not locals. They don't come from that constituency. And most of them don't come from that county. So in a situation where you want them to misuse the money, you'll be taking away money from a specific constituency to another different constituency. So in that case, we lose big as members of parliament, because if a fund manager misappropriates resources, more likely those resources will be invested in another different constituency and not where the person is working. So even as we oversight this money, it is important to realize that we love our fund managers, but they must do their work professionally. To me, this is a very important point, that we don't lose it. In that case, then we'll be able to streamline this process. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. Before I came to this parliament, I was a monitoring and evaluation specialist. I've prepared a lot of monitoring frameworks. I've done a lot of evaluations, and I've done a lot of impact assessment of programs. I want to confirm to this country today that there is no other program in this country which is more impactful to the lives of our Kenyans more than NGCDF. I want to say that as a provision in that line, that this program has had very positive impact to our people. And anybody who thinks you can do away with the CDF, you might aid the member of parliament, you might aid the person overseeing the money, but if you aid the member of parliament, please take the member of parliament out, but let's have NGCDF continuing in this country, because it has very serious positive impact to the lives of our people. And I always say, Honorable Speaker, I'm sure you're overseeing a constituency like me, and we joined this parliament the same day with you. If you look at what you have been able to do in the last 10 years with your 50 million every year in Mutembei town, Honorable Speaker, and compare it with what the governors have done over the last 10 years with their billions, it will be clear that what you have done has high impact, has really helped your people, and it is visible as compared to what some of these county allocations are doing. So to me, I would be supporting a proposal that says, can we increase the money so that, because this money is having impact, so that we help our people more and more. And in that case, we'll be helping this country, and we'll be growing the local economies where this money is being utilized. So with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this report and say this is time we even increase the allocation for CDF so that our people get value for money and mostly public resources. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Julius Meli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this report. And Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to thank the committee for coming out with such an very informative, very detailed, and a report with a lot of details, especially on public projects. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General's office is a very important government office that tries a lot. And I think this is very important for this House and for the country to know that. That office is for the good of the public. That the money that has been allocated to a public entity shall be made to good use. That the resources that have been allocated to schools, to colleges, to universities, and even to hospitals are actually brought to good use. Honorable Speaker, each and every other time when an audit report is read, at times officers do not take it in good faith. It is a very important document. It is a document that tries to educate and tries to bring the public to know how their resources have been used. This report on NGCDF, which affected the constituencies in Bungoma County, actually resonates across the country, especially on certain issues. That one, CDF or NGCDF, as it was renamed, is a resource that has enabled government funds to reach the remotest parts of this country. It is a fund that has a very clear structure on how it is being managed. CDF has seen constituencies build several schools, several projects, police stations, and even earlier on, before devolution, constructed dispensaries. Mr. Speaker, before the founding of the NGCDF fund, government resources were actually not being felt in the local areas. Today, you can be able to see a classroom, you can be able to see a toilet, you can be able to see a police post, and I can enumerate a number of them as a result of NGCDF. The structures that have been placed in NGCDF are actually structures that are not expensive. This is an example of a devolved fund that is working. Today, we can see billions of shillings have been devolved in counties. But because of the nature of the county government structure and how it works, the county government structure is very expensive, but the CDF structure is very lean. It has about 5 or 6 employees. It has an NCCDF committee led by the chair, and every other time they sit depending on an allowance, which is less than 2% of the total cost of the resource fund that has been allocated to that particular constituency. In effect, Mr. Speaker, the NGCDF fund is a fund which is the most visible fund across all constituencies, all counties, and even all sub-counties in Kenya. It is through this fund that we've seen students who are orphans be able to go to school. It is through this fund that we have been able to see a number of football or sporting activities actually running across constituencies. It is in the same fund that it has enabled even institutions which were hitherto then not known even in the country to have been built to become very big national institutions in names of secondary schools, in names of colleges, in names of institutions. I know a number of teacher training colleges. I know even a number of facilities in some of our local universities that has been put up by NGCDF. So, without enumerating so many, Mr. Speaker, the report that has come to be tabled this afternoon is quite informative and important. On issues that have been raised, for example, the issue of title deeds, I want to agree with Honorable Makali Mulu that many areas in this country have not been adjudicated, have not had titles. But we cannot stop building schools just because those areas do not have title deeds. The greatest expanse of the northern parts of this country, and even some parts of the pastoral regions, land is still under communal. So we cannot just rely on the title deed as the only instrument to show that, yes, you have spent money on land, but the title deed has not been issued. We know of schools that have in existence for over 30 years. They are public institutions, and they are running. Honorable Speaker, on the other issue that is very important, which has also been noted in this report, is that the accounting officers, who is the fund account manager, has to be held responsible. Because there is no fund account manager who cannot prepare audit accounting documents. It cannot be an excuse. It cannot be allowed. And in any case, every expenditure has to be put in, has to be shown that the money was withdrawn or actually was spent on item this or was spent on that particular project. And all the documentation has to be put in place. So I want to allow the Auditor General's office and the committee for pointing out that every fund account manager has to be held responsible for if they do not produce the appropriate accounting documents. And this one, we should not take it. And I want to ask the honorable members that each and every officer has to make sure that these documents are well prepared, well placed, and they should always be presented when required for audit purposes. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, in NGCDF, and I want to ask members of the Senate to note that there is no competition in terms of popularity. Members of Parliament do not play any role in it. In fact, our role has always been oversight. Our role has always been to make it as successful as possible. The fact that they do not hold or do not have any fund does not warrant them to say this fund needs to be dissolved, this fund needs to be removed, or this fund needs to be discontinued. If it will be discontinued, it will be to the detriment of the Kenyan people. Hundreds of thousands of schools, Mr. Speaker, and I think we've been together in this house for the last over 10 years, have been constructed courtesy of NGCDF. Every year, I think I can take an example of my constituency where I used to have about 70 primary schools. Today we have over 130 primary schools. I inherited the constituency when we are about 16 secondary schools. Today we have over 40 secondary schools, almost 50 secondary schools, courtesy of NGCDF. That is not about an individual. It is about the community. It is about what are we doing. Right now, there are several police stations that we want to construct. If we are going to rely on the Ministry of Interior, it will take ages for us to construct police stations. So this particular fund, I want every member of the Republic to know that it is a fund that goes down to the poorest child in the village to enable them have bursaries, to enable them earlier on to have dispensaries, to enable them have what it takes to reach that particular household. The only thing that we need to do as a house is to really entrench it, make it stronger, make it efficient, make it accountable, so that the officers who are oversighting this fund, including members of Parliament, we are ready to be accountable for it. Even the fund accounting officers, they really need to make sure that this fund is above board. And I want to tell you, Honorable Speaker, this is the fund that is going to leave a legacy in this country in terms of devolution. Even it is more effective than what the county governments are doing. It is more effective than even the funds that various governments have tried to take to the rural people. Earlier on, during the Moi administration, we had the district focus for rural development. We've had the various funds like Kenya Women, the WEZO, and all the rest. There is no any other fund that can be equated to NGCDF in terms of impact, both socially, economically, and even in terms of political impact. And I want to ask the House that as we look at the Auditor General's report, as we look at the committee of the Fund Account Committee's report, let us look on how to make it more entrenched, more constitutionally viable, and to make sure that the laws that we have are actually for the people and to the benefit of the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, maybe just before you do that, there is the thinking that the role of a member of parliament around CDF is still as chair, patron, and those are the issues. I thought, as the chair of education, you should explain to them our role in oversight. More so now that we are considering an audit report from the Auditor General on CDF fund in respect of constituencies.
In fact, Honorable Speaker,
so take a minute or two.
Yes, one minute, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. And there's a lot of misconception, and I want to tell Kenyans, even as we are in these very difficult political times, Kenyans have tended to believe everything that is on the phone, on the social media. to the detriment of the nation. I want to say this. Members of Parliament have no official role or even any role in that NGCDF other than to be oversight. In fact, Honorable Speaker, in the last regulation that was issued, the Member of Parliament was supposed to be a member of an oversight committee of the NGCDF. He himself is going to oversight the NGCDF committee and the fund account manager. In fact, the fund account manager himself and the committee are supposed to identify projects where the public participates. There is public participation in identifying of projects. And more so, when you go ahead, you'll realize that the money is deposited in schools' accounts that are held by the school committee members, or what we call project committee members, which is called PMC. So the role of Member of Parliament as a chair, as a patron, as anything, is non-existent. And it has been propagated over time, Honorable Speaker, so that we actually give a bad name. That's why in English they say, give a dog a bad name and then you kill it. In effect, no Member of Parliament is a chair, no Member of Parliament is a patron, no Member of Parliament has any, what do you call it, an official or a role in that particular thing, other than to oversight and to make sure that there is a public good or that there is actually value for money in that particular institution. I rise and I support.
Thank you, Honorable Meli. Members, this is a very critical thing because people have been asking who audits or oversights CDF. And they end up by saying, if you've been watching what has been happening, that members of Parliament are implementing CDF. In the context of this, I've heard even people saying that we should kill CDF, including some members of Parliament in the Senate. But without free secondary education, without subsidized university education, this is a platform for you to explain to people your interaction with CDF and how the structures of CDF indeed act. Ultimately, it is for the people of Kenya to decide what they do with the fund. The Honorable John Waluke, followed by the Honorable Peter Masara, in that order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, to have given me a chance also to contribute on this important report. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the good work that they have done. Honorable Speaker, the work of Member of Parliament and the work of CDF, Honorable Speaker, the work of CDF in this country, Honorable Speaker, it is seen all over. It has done a lot of work, Honorable Speaker. The money that CDF or constituencies get is very little money compared to monies that the county government receives in terms of billions. And there's no any one constituency, Honorable Speaker, that has received money, even 220 million. But you can see the work, Honorable Speaker, buying the buses for the schools. Like in my constituency, Honorable Speaker, I have managed, since I took over, managed to build 27 primary schools, in addition with what I got that time during Honorable Tangula when he was the MP for Sirisia constituency. Honorable Speaker, when you compare, earlier on we used to build dispensaries, and in any constituency or sub-county, Honorable Speaker, there is no dispensary or health center that the government can brag and say that they build. Those are facilities of CDF before it was devolved.
Honorable Speaker. And some of them, after they devolved the money, we left them to the county government and they have never been finished. They're just there. But the money come to the county government, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the area which the government and auditors should check and audit properly is the monies for the county government. Because it is not seen, we don't know, and we are just adding money to the county governments every time they cry. You see, like last time, Honorable Speaker, 2 years ago, they demanded money for the sports, which we used to do to help our children, to facilitate them to play games. But now, since that money was devolved by Honorable Speaker, there's a very big problem in the counties or in the sub-counties or constituencies, Honorable Speaker. Because these people, their work is to steal money. Honorable Speaker, there's a big impact. And the monies that we get, the money that can be accounted for, the money that has a structure, Honorable Speaker, is the money for NG-CDF. It has a positive impact. Everywhere when you go, you will see a school, you will see administration, either a DO's office or chief's office, and they are permanent structures, Honorable Speaker, that when you go there, you will also be happy that indeed the money for CDF is working. Honorable Speaker, the work of the MP is just only to oversight. We don't have any role, either that you are the chairman of something. No. Honorable Speaker, our work is to oversight. For a very long time, Honorable Speaker, I think the Senate has lost track because their work is to oversight the money for the county government. And they have been taking CDF board to court, wanting to crush, to remove CDF money that Mwananchi can see, that Mwananchi can, the CDF can pay a bursary for the poor children who are suffering or who used to suffer during those days, Honorable Speaker. Even like where I come from, Honorable Speaker, I managed to pay 5,000 fees for 5,000 students, Honorable Speaker. And the county government, with those billions, pays only, can give only 1 million shillings out of 15 billion. You will get that award gets 1 million shillings, Honorable Speaker. To end up the ward, because like in Bungoma we have 45 wards, that will be only 45 million. The money that one constituency pay. Because like myself, I've been paying, last time I paid 60 million that I used to pay a bursary, Honorable Speaker, for university students, for secondary students, for TTI, and everything. So, Honorable Speaker, you cannot compare. The Senate should go out to check and see, to oversight the money that go to the county government. This report, Honorable Speaker, that was brought by the auditors, there are schools that we call them, even before we were born, in the 60s. And up to now, those schools has no title deeds. So it's not a work of CDF, that CDF can chase a school that started in 1960 or 1940 something. It doesn't have a title deed. CDF just came the other day. But this trade of land title deeds, the problem has been there since after independence, Honorable Speaker. But with now, you can get a parent. The school is either has a very small acreage of land, and the demand of the community want the land to be, the school land to be extended. And Honorable Speaker, you cannot wait that you will get a title deed. If you can imagine, those in 60s have not received a title deed. And if you'll wait, you'll wait until maybe you die before you build a school need and demanded by the community or by parents of that particular school, Honorable Speaker. We build because the population grow every year. The population grow every day. And the demands of schools are there, Honorable Speaker. The demands of administration offices are there. Every year, Honorable Speaker, a chief or, a location or a sub-location or a division is created because of population growing, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, as I thank the committee, Honorable Speaker, the government should put structure on the monies of county government. Because this money of CDF, Honorable Speaker, has a structure in place. And you cannot take any money. Mr. Speaker, even if you want to build a school, you cannot just write either a letter or make a phone call to the board and say that I want to build a school. No. There is a way, Honorable Speaker, and this should go to our people who are fighting to remove the NG CDF. And even the courts, Honorable Speaker, should also consider, because everybody, be it a Chief Justice or whoever, be it the Attorney General, they come from villages and they have seen all this that we are talking about today here in the August House, Honorable Speaker. And they come from the community. And as they go on doing their work, Honorable Speaker, when they go home, they will see that there was no school here, and now I've gone home and I've seen there is a new school that has come up. So we all come from villages, Honorable Speaker, and we need to be honest to our people, maybe who don't understand, and we need to make them understand that the monies that has structures, Honorable Speaker, is the NG CDF. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Who did I say should follow? The Honorable Masara. Or Honorable Masara, you want to wait to undertake some business before you contribute. Just hold on a bit. The clerks will be approaching you shortly. The Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to actually put a voice on matters to do with CDF or NGCDF, although I'm a women rep. But being a women rep, I'm also a member or a daughter of the soil in Busia. And as I crisscross the county every day, I witness evidence, a lot of good that has been done with this fund. In fact, people should be talking of adding, not doing away with it. Because there are schools that had never seen a permanent building or a serious building in the compound. Today, if I move across my community and my county, I see story buildings coming up. Permanent buildings that are conducive for our children and offices for the people or staff who take care of our children. And these buildings are being raised because of CDF. Some of us could have never been or gone to school, or those children who come from the lowest strata of the society. Some of those children could not have gone to school if there was no bursary that is given through this CDF. At the moment in Kenya, we either sink or swim by not or by inciting. Many things are happening and people are not even sensitive enough to the situation at the moment. Because I have been reading in WhatsApp pages about CDF, and people who are talking about this CDF, some of them didn't need it. Most of them are just in these good towns. They don't even understand. Let them leave those people who have benefited to give evidence, to give the right case study that actually CDF has put a roof on a child's head because some of these children were learning under a tree. I recently visited also Marsabit, and I was shocked. Some of the things that people take advantage of, some Kenyans do not have. This CDF, if you look into it properly, knowing my country very well, where there is tribalism, there is no regional balance, CDF has enabled even that community that no one could have thought of, that community that people even almost forgot that they belong to Kenya. Through their member of parliament, they are represented. So it will actually cut off people who wish that if I am the one in the seat, I will ignore those who didn't vote for me. But with CDF, it is upon the member of parliament that you have sent to represent you, to bring down to everybody. And CDF actually gives priority to projects that wananchi themselves at the grassroots level have decided that they want to be implemented. So I would rather look into the gaps that are there to see how to make it more palatable to everybody, from grandmothers who are taking care of orphans who actually benefit because their grandchildren are in school. Let us add more to CDF kitty so all children in Kenya, regardless of their ethnicity, of their background, regardless, all children in Kenya can benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Catherine Omanyo, the Honorable Peter Masara. To lay the documents first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd July 2024. Report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on its consideration of the first supplementary estimate for financial year 2024-2025 and the compendium of departmental committee reports on their consideration of the supplementary estimates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Would you give notice of motion?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to give notice, motion of notice on Speaker, that this House adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on its consideration of the supplementary estimate for financial year.
The Honorable Raphael Wanjala, approach the Speaker. Approach the Speaker. Honorable Wanjala, approach the Speaker. Proceed, Honorable Peter Masara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on its consideration of the supplementary estimate for financial year 2024-2025 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd July 2024, and pursuant to the provision of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, and the Standing Order 239, 1, approves a reduction of the current expenditure for financial year 2024-2025 by 38,896,358,312 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule of the report. 2, approves reduction of the total capital expenditure for financial year 2024-2025 by Kenya shillings 107,445,697,478 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule of the report. And 3, approves an overall reduction in the total budget for financial year 2024-2025 by Kenya shillings 146,342,055,790 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule of the report, subject to paragraph 4, Committee of Supply, Committee of Supply. And then 4, makes the policy and financial resolution as contained in the second schedule to the report. And finally, 5, order that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the budget system with respect to each vote and program in Committee of Supply as contemplated under Standing Order 240. 240, that is the consideration of supplementary estimate in the Committee of Supply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Masara laid the report. As you do, the Honorable Beatrice Elachi will speak, then you will speak on the motion that was going on. We revert to the motion on NGCDF.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituency Development Fund for the 9 constituencies in Bungoma County. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, to speak on, indeed, what we have, many of my colleagues have spoken to, but also to speak on ourselves as members of Parliament. And I think the most critical part as we reflect on ourselves, Mr. Speaker, is to ask ourselves, how have we indeed used our NGCDFs on the ground? And I know many of Kenyans will come out to support the fund because it has worked. I am a testimony, Mr. Speaker, today. If anyone wants to know that CDF works, you can walk in Dagoretti North and you can see how it has worked. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is for us in this House now to go to the next level. Every Kenyan is crying about education, about our bursary. We need to sit down as a House and look at all of us and ask ourselves, is there a way we can come up with a better proposal in NGCDF and ensure all-day schools have free education? All-day secondary schools in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we can do that. Mr. Speaker, today we have different projects that are happening, both from the NCGDF. You find ourselves with also social corporate programs. We can come and sit with the national board because we must do that. If we want Kenya now to start coming down and appreciating, we must find a way, the way we can sponsor our day schools and every child can be in school. And the only thing we shall be asking parents is to ensure your child has food and your child has indeed school uniform. Tuition, we take over, Mr. Speaker, and it can happen. Mr. Speaker, we also need to ask all members, because it's not that we are only ones who are here. I know we are also a problem in ourselves. But if you leave your NCGDF to work the way it's supposed to work, you'll never have a problem, Mr. Speaker.
I know their constituencies, Mr. Speaker. I am in the committee. I sit in the committee, and I have seen some of the reports. I have seen some of what members have done. Even the previous members who are in the Senate, if today you bring their reports here, Mr. Speaker, you will be surprised how they will find themselves in trouble. So I even wonder how you go into the next house and you think you are very okay. And you're forgetting money, Kenyan money is public resources. Anytime we shall come for you. So even those who are in the Senate, we want to tell them, I think we've talked a lot with emotions with all the things that are happening. But can we now refocus the energies to the right way? We have said here, Mr. Speaker, if you want this fund to run well, and it's not just this fund, any fund, even the ones for governor, you don't need to give me your picture. No. We know you are the governor, you know you are the MP, finish. Appreciate you have done it and leave. The fund managers, Mr. Speaker, we must tell the board. They also must start following process. You cannot tell me, and you know, Mr. Speaker, it's only a fund from national government called NCGDF, that you can never start a project without having money in the PMC account. You can never. And therefore, there is no pending bills in a project of CDF. But we also want to tell the fund managers, you cannot also keep the contractors because you yourself, you have decided at what point you want to pay them. No. If we have said completion of a project is in 6 months, 6 months, we are coming to launch with the community and we are done. And you must have cleared the contractor to leave. The only thing you can retain is money to say maybe you want to see how the project will run, you want to see how maintenance maybe will be, but that is none of your business. It is because of the school. If anything goes wrong, in fact, it is the PMC of the school. Why did you pay the contractor knowing very well that project was not right, Mr. Speaker? So this thing of bashing every day MPs, I think we need to go for very clear civic education now to make our people understand, even on the ground. How are these things done? How do we account back? Why is it you need to complete a school? For me, I know I'm very strict. Completion, highest 7 months. Because I always tell someone, the money is there. So don't tell me we are starting a project that does not have resources. So, Mr. Speaker, all of us, 290 honorable members, it is time we redeem ourselves in doing what is right. In the morning, I was a bit sad, Mr. Speaker. You see, we have come back to heal. I want to pray for both sides. Can we heal? Can we heal so that the country heals? Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, today, even civil servants have a holiday on Tuesdays. They don't go to work. And we are here as leaders joking with Kenya. And we are here, we're supposed to help the president to bring back that Kenya we are crying for. But when I look at the way we throw each other words, I am wondering, who are we in this house? Are we also with the same problem? That is where we must start, in our heart. Even our clerk is feeling hurt. He said he was disappointed, which is true. Many of us were disappointed. We were supposed to come to see how do we resurrect Kenya. Today, Bunyala Road, where, Mr. Speaker, all these places, even those projects we are talking about, even the children are about to close school. We cannot continue when children are going to close school with all this madness we are seeing. We have to come and reason and see how we move. For NCGDF, I want to beg, for those who normally go to court, come and see first. And I'm going to request even the judges, walk within some of these constituencies, ask the public. Let us not do the mistake we did with our finance bill here. Ask the public if they feel this is a wrong fund, they will tell you. If they feel it is a right fund, they will tell you. So even them, they should come out of their judicial space. Things that are within the public and the public are feeling they own it, please go to the public before you bring a judgment that can also bring a lot of issues. So I'm begging them. I know and I respect and I know they will do what is respectful for Kenya. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is the only fund that very soon I shall be giving all the Form 4s who are vulnerable a second fund for them not to come back home, but at least to clear their Form 4. Which other fund can do that, Mr. Speaker? That today when you walk to a chief's office, it has dignity. Which other fund can do that? Tell me, look at the classrooms that were done by the Ministry of Education under the late Makoha. Some of them, we are bringing them down. They were built so badly. They built a classroom, you build on a second floor, there's no stairs, there's no ramp, there's nothing. We are now reorganizing. In fact, the Auditor General should ask for the report, Mr. Speaker, of the schools that were done with the Ministry of Education, and let her come and just look, even just Lavington Girls. I will show her a classroom that was done. It is on the second floor with no stairs. It has been there, nobody has ever occupied. It's when we are doing stairs, Mr. Speaker. And that's not the only classroom. Many of them were done very badly, very wrongly. And those are the things we are saying. If we want to see us move ahead, if we want to find a country that has developed together, then NCGDF can do. Today, the kitchens that members are building here, how I wish the county governments can just build such kitchens for their hospitals. Because you just have one center where you pick the food and supply. Economics of scale, you have a good a kitchen for your hospital, it has clean energy. What else do we need? And it is affordable. So, Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, this is what I want to finalize to say. I am praying that this House, as we move forward, can we move for a few months in a bipartisan manner to bring back this House, to bring back this country, to bring back what we want to see, that every day people will walk into their offices to work, but not every 2 days in a week. The Kenyans, we love sherehe, Mr. Speaker. We love it. And we will sleep at home, but the country will go. The country will go, Mr. Speaker. So I beg the leadership of this House. We did not start well from that Kamkunji. We want to see ourselves speaking to each other, not shouting to each other. Can we forgive? I know we have many issues, but some of them we can forgive and move on for the sake of what we went through. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you, Honorable Beatrice Elachi. The Honorable Francis Masara now, followed by the Honorable Timothy Toroitich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of Auditor General for 9 constituencies from Bungoma on NGCDF funds. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is a humble time that Kenyans should understand the impact of national government CDF fund. Mr. Speaker, this country before NGCDF, the only fund which was felt on the ground was Latif. I happen to be the last mayor of Migori. Latif is the local government transfer funds. That is the money until today, almost 10 or so years after it was collapsed, the project is still visible on the ground. Let me take 2 minutes. As the mayor of Migori Municipal Council, through Latif, which was hardly 50 million, we started several health centers, Midoti Dispensary, Ragana Dispensary, Deep Dispensary, Onyalo Secondary, Ondong Dispensary, and several water projects and roads. Mr. Speaker, I come from Migori. The county government had received billions and billions of shillings, but if you compare what was done by Latif during those times, my friend, it's like day and night. Therefore, I'm saying we need to strengthen NGCDF and add more money to NGCDF. My sister here, the MP for Busia, mentioned something about marginalization. assuming one time we get a rogue president who do not love a certain community and decide not to take any money to them through the national appropriation bill, Mr. Speaker, the only remedy that community can get is NGCDF, and I can attest to that. And before even attest to that, the way NGCDF is being administered. Mr. Speaker, many do not know that the Deputy County Commissioner is a member of NGCDF committee. The District Accountant is a mandatory signatory to the NGCDF account. We have the works officer employed by the government who must give what is called payment certificate because he's a technical person. But above all, the fund manager who is employed by the board is a mandatory signatory. And then the rest of the people, the composition, people living with a disability, the minority, individual coming from specific wards, end up making the NGCDF committee. Mr. Speaker, MPs are doing the oversight as per the NGCDF Act of 2015. Members of Parliament are only patrons and they do the oversight of the fund. And I can say this, it is high time this country award performing members of Parliament with a state commendation. And the MPs need to be given a lot of money for oversight, Mr. Speaker. Because what I believe, they use their vehicles and even their own time to oversight for this project, for the projects to be implemented fully. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency alone, in the last 6 years, Suna West constituency through NGCDF has started 21 public primary schools, where land is being bought, some at even 3 million. And these schools do not have 2 classrooms, some have a story classroom. For example, a deep primary, St. Albert Deep Primary, a school in a slum. NGCDF bought a land and they have done 8 classrooms which are story. Jono Kwanyo Primary, Wotogik Primary, Orubakeyo Primary. We are, through NGCDF, Suna West has started 4 girls' secondary schools. Ragana Girls, Nyangubo Girls, Wiga Girls, and the latest Maweni Girls. And for record purposes, Nyangubo Girls, a school which is in a slum, which was started by NGCDF, managed to take 85 girls to the university. Mr. Speaker, that's not a small achievement. Ragana Girls, which was started by NGCDF, when they sat for their exams, 15 girls to the university. Wiga Girls, the land was bought by NGCDF. They have 8 classrooms, administration block, laboratory, dormitory, staff quarters, water done by NGCDF. Managed to take over 20 girls to the university. Mr. Speaker, the latest achievement of NGCDF, in Suna West, there's a boy, a total orphan, which CDF paid fee from Form 1 to Form 4 up to the university, graduated on 17th at Kenyatta University with a first-class honor. These are the achievements of NGCDF. Therefore, we want to urge our colleagues who are fighting NGCDF that they are the public enemy. Let them prove to us, especially senators. The county government funds are not working. The government is taking billions of shillings to the counties. But you'll get a county doing an ECD class using 600,000. But the day of launching, they go with 50 vehicles, 100 people, and the expenditure is almost 10 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I was the president today, I'll take half of the money taken to the county and give it to NGCDF. Because this is the money which can be felt across the country. And very few people are complaining about this money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Suna West, before NGCDF, there was no police station. Today, as we speak, we have 4 police stations, 1 in each ward. And we have 5 police posts, and even anti-stock theft done by NGCDF. We have over 6 offices
of the administrators, the chiefs and assistant chiefs, done by NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, if you come to Suna West constituency today, I'm inviting you, and you were once there at Pinyoyi, and you realize what we did with the NGCDF through the committee of NGCDF Suna West, you can appreciate that good leadership can yield fruits, and even God is happy with the leaders who are performing to the people, because it is indicated somewhere that when you serve humanity, you serve God himself. Therefore, I want to say that the issue of land, which is very contentious here, it is high time this House legislate a law which can allow public institution to be registered without passing through the normal process. Because some primary schools do not have money for the board, for what is called the 4%, it's called, there's a charge, there's a tax on land before it's registered, and the value is 4%, which must be paid by the institution before the land is transferred to them. Mr. Speaker, it is high time we decide if we want government lands to be registered in a government institution name, then there need to be a special way of treating such an interaction. Mr. Speaker, finally, what I want to say is that through NGCDF, there's a school in my constituency which was number two, actually, in the entire Nyanza. That is called St. Peter's Abuao Boys Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, NGCDF Suna West is sponsoring students with 400 and 390 marks to this school, and they have never disappointed for the last 4 or so years. We managed to take over 150 students direct to the university, and majority of them were sponsored by NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, in Suna West, the day scholars who managed to get grades to join direct university, who are sponsored by NGCDF Suna West, 10,000 per student, in the last exam were 380. Mr. Speaker, that's not a small achievement. That's an achievement which needs to be appreciated. Through our education days, we managed to increase the number of girls who are in school, who are in boarding school. From before, there were only 200 and something, but now there are 2,552 girls in secondary school who are boarders in Suna West, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this community, the Kenyan community, that it is high time NCDF to be part of should not be taken to court every now and then. It should form part of our constitution, like the money going to counties. The devolved unit called NGCDF should be part of our constitution. And we are happy you are the chair today, you are the speaker, and you are a few lawyers who are respected in Kenya here and internationally. Kindly, Mr. Speaker, champion so that this noble fund can be increased, and two, the details can be enshrined in the constitution. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I know this country, everybody is not sure what will happen tomorrow. As a believer, because I go to church every now and then, I pray most often because I want to go to heaven. Nothing happens without a purpose. The Gen Z generation were brought by God himself to wake the leaders who are sleeping from the slumber. Let us start reasoning as Kenyans. Let us not start reasoning the way we were reasoning before, that this one belongs to Kenya Kwanza, this one belongs to Azimio, yet when people are being taxed, you don't only tax people of Kenya Kwanza, you tax everybody. Let equity be done. And Mr. Speaker, it is high time, let it be on record that I support 1 man, 1 shilling. But before that is done, we want tarmac which are in other areas to be done in areas where there is no tarmac. Where they are level 6, there should be level 6 in every region. For example, we the people of Nyanza, we demand that Jaramogi Oginga Hospital should be a level 6. It is high time we be given a level 6. We have gone to Eldoret and Nairobi and other areas with our sick people for a long time. And the cost we cannot manage. Many of our people are dying. We need equity to be in this country. We want universities for all areas. Mr. Speaker, we want, when projects are done, when money is taken as a loan on behalf of this country, let those projects cut across the country so that each and every person can enjoy. For example, where I come from, there's a road from Masara to Uhuru, which was started when the Prime Minister, Honorable Raila Odinga, was in charge of roads. It stalled there. There's another road going to Sori. It has stalled. There's a road in my constituency from somewhere called Kababu, Bondo, Pinyuyi, which is a very important road joining Kenya and Tanzania through Kopanga border point. And even CDF has bought land for immigration at Kopanga. That road needs to be tarmacked. Is when you are asking me to pay tax on behalf of my people and on my family, I'll not cry because I'll be seeing the fruits of my tax. Mr. Speaker, finally, we want to request the President. He should not recycle leaders. These young people have talked. The number which has been brought to this parliament, we want young people, fresh people, people who have worked in corporate world to manage our ministry so that we can get results. We don't want to see somebody being moved from one ministry to the other yet he did not perform. It is high time we give other people chances to perform, because somebody may believe, actually, White Nota was given chance at the age of 24 years to lead. The people of Suna West will have not been enjoying what they are enjoying today. So, Mr. Speaker, it is high time we listen to our people. Let us listen to these young people, because they are the future generation. Whatever we are doing today, we are doing it for them. So when they are speaking, we need to listen to them. We should not ignore them. We should not brand them that they are criminals. These are Kenyans. Criminals are in courts. Criminals are in jail. These are educated young people who are hopeless. Some graduated 10 years ago and have not been employed. They have not been employed. Some, their time to marry has come, but they have not married because they don't have money to marry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Rashid Bedzimba.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa hii na mimi kupenyeza sauti yangu. Mimi nimesimama kupongeza hazina za NGCDF kwa miradi inayofanya mashinani. Kwa kweli miradi ya NGCDF ndio inaonekana. Kila mahali unapotembea katika maeneo bunge utaona hapo iko kibao ama kitu kinaonesha ishara kwamba hii mjengo huu umejengwa na hazina gani. Kwa ukweli shule zimejengwa nyingi ambazo hazikuwapo. Kama eneo bunge langu kabla NGCDF haijakuja ilikuwa ni shule zilizojengwa wakati wa ukoloni. Ndio zilikuwa zimesimama, tena si nyingi, moja ama mbili. Inabidi wanafunzi wanatoka wanatembea sehemu kubwa kwa kutumia miguu kwenda kutafuta elimu. Na yote hiyo imesababishwa na umaskini mkubwa, inabidi watembee kwa maguu, mchana hawezi rudi kula chakula cha mchana, anabaki shule paka jioni na njaa na pengine asubuhi hajakula. Lakini ikiwa ilipokuja NGCDF wamejenga mashule karibu na wao, inakuwa ni rahisi wao kwenda na kurudi majumbani mwao. Hata kama ni uji wapate kopo moja, warudi wapate kuwa na makini katika classroom zao ili waendeleze wapate elimu. Mheshimiwa Spika, NGCDF imekata mambo mengi sana. Kwa sababu kama ingelikuwa haiko na kuhakikishia viongozi wale ambao wanawakilisha katika sehemu hizo, ingewabidi wao waende wakalalamike, mtukufu rais, Mheshimiwa Rais, niko chini ya miguu yako. Ijumaa mosi badala kwenda kuhudumia watu wataenda milango ya Ikulu. Njoo nijengee classroom 2, njoo nijengee hivi. Ile imesaidia kwamba hakuna mtu anakanyaga katika ofisi za hawa viongozi, ama hakuna mtu anakwenda kwa Ikulu na anapata nafasi ya kusema ukweli yale mambo yaliyoko. Kama kuna makosa anasema wewe, hata kama waongoza umekosea, kwa sababu anajua miradi ile inaendelea bila ya kwamba unaenda kuomba. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba hata wale ambao wanasema kwamba iondolewe, hao mimi naweza kuwaita kiupande wengine ni kama wivu ama uchawi ama mwanga huyo mtu, kwa sababu wewe unaongoza watu na wale watu wanasaidika, wanapata basari pale, wanaenda kulipa shule, wanapata pesa za kujifundisha ujuzi, wanapata fedha pale za kuweza kuwasaidia wale ambao wanaishi na ulemavu, wanalipiwa fees. Wewe kazi yako ni kupongeza kwamba wale watu nawakilisha wanapata msaada, ikiwezekana wewe tafuta mbinu ya wale watu waendelee kupata, wewe unarudi unasema ondoeni kabisa. Hiyo ni uchawi. Hiyo ni uchawi, kwa sababu wewe unataka kuongoza watu gani? Kule chini kuna matatizo mengi sana. Na haya ndio watu kiwa una jambo hulitaki wewe, nenda kufanye public participation. Waulize wale wananchi kule chini, je, mnahitaji hili jambo liendelee? Badala kuja wetu kuamua katika ofisi moja, ama wewe unajitosheleza unasema kata hii, halafu hayo ndio analeta matatizo kama haya juzi ambao umetokea. Kwa sababu taifa linapelekwa na sheria. Kwa hivyo wewe hata kama una uwezo, una mbinu na hikma kuingia mahakamani kuharibu, lakini kwanza waulize wale wananchi, je, hili jambo nyinyi mnalihitaji? Na hata wao ndugu hawa county government governors na ile miradi ama fedha walizo nazo, mimi sina shida na wao kutoa basari, kwa sababu zile basari watatoa wao na ile ambayo imetoa na NGCDF yote anapewa mwananchi. Ni vizuri kama ile itasaidia mwananchi aweze kumaliza masomo bila kero. Watu wetu wana kero, kuna shida. Kwa hivyo ile fedha lazima waiangalie, inaonekana, inaguswa, na hata kama mtu haoni ukimpeleka atashika. Lakini kuna vitu ambavyo havionekani. Fedha nyingi watu wamepata, lakini hakuna miradi hiyo yao inaonekana. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nimesimama kusema kwamba NGCDF imesaidia na iendelee kusaidia, kwa sababu inaupa umakini wale viongozi. Hakuna mtu tutampigia magoti, tutahakikisha kwamba watu wetu wanapata usawa na hali zilivyo. Ikiwezekana miradi hii NGCDF imekatwa mambo mengi. Kuna vitu kama security light, unaambiwa hiyo usifanye. Borehole, unaambiwa hiyo usifanye. Unakuta unajenga shule, umemaliza, unaambiwa usijenge borehole, si kazi yako. Sasa ile shule inakaa bila maji kwa sababu ya mambo tu madogo madogo. Kwa hivyo iwekwe wazi, kwa sababu ni hazina ambazo inakaguliwa na inasaidia mwananchi. Kwa hivyo mtu asiwe na nia ya kwamba yeye aikate ati kwa sababu tunasema tunataka kupunguza matumizi. Na kama ni kupunguza matumizi, kama yale ambayo tumezungumza, kuna National Assembly hapa na kuna Senate. Wacha ivunjwe Senate, sote tuje hapa tungangane ili tusave ile pesa. Kama wewe unataka kusimamia mradi huo. Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi nimesimama kuunga mkono NGCDF iendelee. Asante sana.
Asante. Nilikuwa nimesema ni mjumbe Timothy Toroitich aseme.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important report. Honorable Speaker, I stand to comment, particularly on the issue of NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, what has made NGCDF work in this country? That it is a fund that can be felt, it can be touched, is because of its design and architecture. Honorable Speaker, the way CDF has been implemented, the design of CDF has made it work in this country. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the management of CDF, a very lean management headed by the fund manager, and the staff of the fund are limited to a certain number. It should be 9. We have a lean committee, a lean board, which is provided for under the NGCDF Act. Honorable Speaker, there is nowhere, especially after the recent amendments, that a member of parliament plays any role in the management of the CDF funds. Honorable Speaker, the cardinal role of a member of parliament remains to be legislation, representation, and oversight, even in the CDF fund. Initially, we had the COC, but it was removed so that we remain to exercise our constitutional role, which is legislation, oversight, and representation. Honorable Speaker, we don't need to teach anyone in this country that CDF has benefited immensely to the development in terms of infrastructure in this country. Honorable Speaker, you cannot, for any reason, compare CDF with the devolved funds. Honorable Speaker, I have made a case severally that as a country, we need to sit down and relook at the design and the architecture of devolution in this country. Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of pilferage of public resources under devolution. It is a system that it seems was not well thought out. It is a system that we rushed into. Because, Honorable Speaker, if you ask me, the lowest or the level or where devolution should be done in this country is at the constituency level. Because those are funds that can be touched, they can be felt by the people of this country. That's why, Honorable Speaker, you see certain busybodies going to the courts to challenge CDF, and as a house, and I agree with Honorable Elachi who spoke here very well, that going forward in this house, we must speak in one mind. We must have a bipartisan approach to issues and agree on a matter like CDF, we anchor it in the Constitution once and for all. So, Honorable Speaker, we clothe it under the Constitution of this country so that no one will challenge the same for being unconstitutional. Honorable Speaker, we support CDF, not because we just want to support or we love CDF. We support CDF as members of this House because we've seen the value of CDF in terms of development as compared to other funds that are channeled to the county governments or to other areas in this country. Honorable Speaker, if as a member of Parliament, in fact, I've asked myself, what will I stand to lose if CDF is taken away and I remain in this House and just do legislation, oversight, and representation? Honorable Speaker, we will lose a lot because, in a way, these are funds that have been used at the constituency level, and we have seen the benefits of devolution. So, Honorable Speaker, of CDF funds. So that's all, Honorable Speaker. There is no reason for us to delay in anchoring CDF, GAF, under the constitution of this great Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we can do it in a bipartisan manner. As I finalize, Honorable Speaker, there is an issue to do with land. We've had a lot of challenges in terms of purchase of land to construct structures for CDF. Some of us come from constituencies where adjudication has not been concluded, and therefore we do not have title deeds. Some areas in our constituencies. Honorable Speaker, we need to sit down and maybe come up with a regulation so that if, for example, a matter is in court, it is under a succession, and there is urgency in purchasing land because the right to education cannot be postponed in this country. There's a section where you want to build classrooms in an institution and you don't have land. We have to come up with a regulation, or even the board can sit on its own motion and develop a framework in which we can be able to acquire land where there is no title deeds. Honorable Speaker, we can come up with agreements. Yeah, we can come up with standard agreements and say that this person has sold, or this community has sold this parcel of land to NGCDF, and therefore that particular parcel can be used to erect structures that are beneficial to the people. Honorable Speaker, we cannot be held hostage because there is a lacuna or there is a gap in law. So, Honorable Speaker, that issue we must address as a matter of urgency. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is, yes, the other day I brought a motion before this House that we need valuers in every constituency so that they can be able to value parcels of land where CDF committee intends to purchase that particular parcel of land, so that we don't have overvaluation or undervaluation of that particular parcel of land. So, Honorable Speaker, we also need valuers in every constituency. Also, public works officers. Some projects are being delayed. No enough supervision of those projects because we do not have public works officers stationed in every constituency so that they can be able to look at the issue of the quality of the classrooms that are being constructed. Honorable Speaker, As I finalize, I said that going forward as a House, we need a bipartisan approach to debating matters in this country. Honorable Speaker, what started as a very simple issue has escalated, and as we speak, our country is not in a very good position globally. This morning, when I was leaving the house, my 6-year-old daughter, who was unable to go to school, asked her, why are you not going to school? She said, because of Mandamano. I asked that little daughter, that young daughter, what is Mandamano? She said, it is tear gas. It is shooting people. And as I left, she told me, Daddy, take care of yourself as you go to Parliament. Honorable Speaker, this is not the country that was envisaged by our forefathers. There comes a time, Honorable Speaker, that this country is greater than any individual. It is greater than the president, than the deputy president, than even the members of this House. We must first of all have a country so that we can discuss how we run it forward. Because if we continue in this manner, we may not be going in the right direction. So I call upon the members of Parliament, and even, in fact, I even appreciate those young people, because in a way, they have reawakened the conscience of this nation. There are things that were not right, but these young people have told us, you need to strengthen certain parts. Honorable Speaker, I believe that the president of this country has the best interests of this country at heart, and I believe that the steps he has taken so far are very intentional towards transforming this country in the right trajectory. So, Honorable Speaker, we call upon honorable members here, and even these young people, our young people, our citizens, that let us have patriotism at our heart, and we appreciate that these young people have reawakened the conscience of our nation, and going forward, even as an individual, and even as members of this House, I believe that going forward, we shall be doing things in the manner that satisfies the conscience of our nation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the auditor's report on the 9 constituencies on NGCDF. As I stand here, I want to narrate a story of a family in Dagoretti South that I recently met during a bursary event. The mother came with her 2 daughters dressed in school uniform, and she said, my 2 children have been chased away from school, and the school is in Kajiado. And of course, the bursary processes start from a very long time, where the applications are made, they're vetted, the board approves, and then you issue the checks. So the allocation that we had for the 3 quarters of 23-24 had already been utilized. So I decided to actually go and visit this family, because for me, I like holistic approaches to poverty and the interventions that we need to have. I went to visit the family in Dagoretti South, and I saw the holistic problem. The family has 8 children. Out of the 8 children, 1 has finished high school and got a D. When I spoke to the one who finished high school, he told me the reason he got a D was because, again, he was being chased away from school every time. So he was not able to get the right grades. The other 3 children, there were 4 children, younger children who are supposed to be in primary, junior secondary, all of whom have not reported to school. They are at home because the family could not afford to pay the school that they were going to. So that's a problem I'm going to handle in the next 1 week. But I took the 2 children all the way to Kajiado yesterday. They didn't even have money to shop. And secondary schools, we don't provide sanitary towels. So I bought them sanitary towels, the soap, the lotion, the toilet paper. It cost about 6,000 for the 2 children. Obviously, families cannot afford that. I took them to school. When I engaged the head teacher of the school, she told me that, as long as families don't pay and capitation comes less and late, capitation is supposed to be about 21,000. They've only paid 11,000. So because the capitation is late and less, if the families don't pay, the schools are worried that if we cannot provide dinner, if we cannot provide water, if we cannot provide firewood, the children will burn the school. So we had a parents' meeting and the board meeting, and we decided to send all the children home. So I said to her, what is the balance for this term? It was 30,000. What has been paid? 5,000 was paid by the area MP, Mamuse, and they had not gotten any money from the MP for Dagoretti South. But here is a student who lives in Dagoretti South, who studies in Kajiado, 2 of them from the same family. Arrears in fees is over 30,000. I paid it from my personal pocket. The children remained in school. I asked the school, now that you chased these children from school for 2 weeks, are you going to give me a discount because they never consumed the services of school? She said no. Now, I want to talk about NGCDF. I want to also talk about GAF. I feel that if we are genuine and sincere as leaders, all the leaders from the county to the MCAs, to the governor, because the governor also has scholarship programs, to the women reps, to the MPs, we need to make sure that we do not handle bursaries. We need to pass in this house that education is free. Capitation goes up to 30,000. Families pay 1,000 shillings. But how does a family, like the one I'm talking about in Dagoretti South, that had 20 cows and was selling milk and lost all their cows during the drought, be able to raise even that 1,000? The only way that we can do that is to go back to what Raila Odinga had said in his manifesto, that he was going to give 6,000 to every family that has an unemployed, that has parents who are unemployed. I don't think it can work. 6,000 can work. I think we should have an unemployment benefit of 10,000 shillings. We should make sure that it's well vetted. We should ensure that the representatives of the people are involved, because sometimes the administration fails us. I saw that failure during the time we were trying to compensate the people of the demolition, because majority did not get it. I feel that if we have an unemployment benefit of 10,000 shilling per household, and we also have an unemployment benefit of 15,000 shillings per household that has a PWD child or parent, it will cost us about 125 billion. And to be honest, we can afford that unemployment benefit for 10 million households. And once we do that, we straight away take care of the hardship that citizens are facing. And when you tell a household, you can use that 10,000 to pay 1,000 shillings as the family contribution towards your child, and then we educate them on family planning. You would want your children to finish university, so then you do what? You actually start planning your family so that you can be able to afford. And then when we have these households under register, because we want to move them from unemployment benefit to employed, we actually look at what kind of TVET trainings we can give them, which areas we need to employ people, and also understand the data of unemployed. So we also guide people on which careers to take. For me, I feel we need to have a holistic approach on how we approach poverty. I really feel the 75 million shillings that every MP gets for bursaries, the 1.5 million shillings that every woman rep gets, the county assemblies, the MCAs get about 4 million, the governor gives his 1 or so billion on scholarships. Let's depoliticize education. Let us make education free, up to secondary, completely free. And we make sure that the students report to school. So we have 100% transition. When the children report to school, the one challenge will be books, the second challenge will be uniforms, then the mattresses and the toilet paper and the sanitary towels. Let us make sure that the schools are able to provide some of this stuff within the budgets, and we make sure that no child has to carry a mattress and a box and wear uniforms that are so expensive. The private sector has exploited uniforms. To take a child to school, you need 30,000 shillings worth of uniforms. Let's get NYS to employ more people so that we can have more children going to school with affordable uniforms. We have to remove ourselves from this colonial thing of wearing uniforms and sweaters and jackets and blazers, which cost so much. I really believe that MPs want, if you realize that an MP has had so many children reporting to school and there are no classrooms, the MP then focuses on building classrooms. But the money will not be sufficient for any MP if we don't go one man, one vote, one shilling. If an MP has 300,000 constituents. He will need more money to be able to put up more classrooms.
Order, Honorable Basaris, NGCDF, I thought, is not MP's money.
True, but the MP is oversighting the fund.
In fact, the Act does not mention MP anywhere currently, not even the Oversight Committee. MP only interacts with CDF in the manner it is doing now.
Okay.
Overseeing the report of the Auditor General. But proceed.
Okay, thank you. I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker. But the way I was meaning it was that MP of a constituency, when he knows that he has over 300,000 students, and the students have reported to a school, and the money he has is insufficient, and it's insufficient because the allocation is not done fairly. The MP should know that if the fund gets 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling, he will get sufficient amount of money to be able to build the right amount of classrooms, or to demand that the Ministry of Education, who has an allocation for classrooms, builds the right amount of classrooms. We need equity. We need everyone to be able to benefit. And if the MPs, just like the women reps, we're patrons and we don't get involved in the absolute running of the fund, I think it is important for us to call for not increased amounts of bursaries in the MPs kitty, in the NCGDF kitty, or in the GAF kitty. We need to actually call for free secondary education. Complete free secondary education. And if the contribution by the parents will be 1,000 shillings and we're giving unemployment benefit, it will be affordable. When it comes to university and colleges, when we give help, then the help we can say, okay, fine, now we also create an opportunity for the parents to be able to pay maybe 1,500. And then help is a loan which is repayable. But if there is no job, then help actually collapses. So all round, I really believe we need holistic ways of dealing with things. Much as I'm not a member of the Committee of Education, and I'm not a member of Labor and Social Protection, I shall start being a friend of those two committees, because my committee is Housing and Lands. I shall start being a friend of those two committees to ask these hard questions. We need free secondary education. We need free primary education. And then another point I want to make, Teacher Service Commission. There are some schools that you go to where the performance is mediocre. Those students have no hope at all because they're being sent home and then the performance is mediocre. If teachers cannot deliver students with good grades, those teachers should be fired. Because you cannot have the performance of the school at 4 and you have no reason why the school is performing so badly. So even if you take your child and your child is clever to a school where the performance is so mediocre, then that child has no chance in life. We need to look at our society and the issues that we have holistically. When it comes to corruption, which is the biggest elephant in the room, and it's the main reason for the Gen Z revolution right now, we need to make sure that the country right now looks at all the oversight reports, and Parliament looks at all the oversight reports and make sure that if there has not been prosecution, we highlight them. Because right now we are looked at as the enemy. We are looked at the ones who are not doing the right thing. But I know that there are so many reports which have called for prosecution, which have actually highlighted the corruption and the rot in various public entities and ministries, and nothing has been done about it. The executive needs to give amnesty, collect the money and use that money and redirect it for education, for health, and for food security and job creation. Because this country right now, we have a big problem, and the problem is we're not able to sustain the population. And the reason we're not able to sustain the population is because of corruption, and also because we are not a socialist country, we're a capitalist country. So if we have to pay for every expense in this country, then we have to actually increase the taxes, because that's how it goes. There's no two ways about it. But there's no need to increase taxes if the ones we collect we're not actually accountable for. So for me, I think this is an absolutely beautiful time in our country. Sadly, it has cost a lot of our youth their lives, and their blood should not have been shed in vain. We should see a shift on how we move this country from poverty to prosperity, from disunity to unity, from a lack of accountability to absolute good governance. If we do that, then we will be a parliament that is remembered, not today, but for tomorrow. But if we come back and it's business as usual, then I really regret moving from the private sector to the political sector, because it will have been a failure in my decision to join the leadership to be able to do good for my country. So let us all put Kenya first in everything, because we don't have another country. It is only Kenya. My appeal to the Gen Zs, give the president president a chance. And my appeal to Raila Amolo Odinga, can we please join the government? Because some of the things that you had in your manifesto were absolutely amazing. You had an amazing way to deal with unemployment. You had an amazing way to deal with job creation through clusters. And those ideas that you had, if given to William Ruto and his government, we should be able to forge ahead. And I'd also like to urge the president to look at the Gen Zs. Let us have a few Gen Zs, or let us have a Gen Z desk in every ministry like we had a NEPA desk, so that the Gen Zs can be part and parcel of driving this nation forward. For me, I think it is wrong for us to not consider some positions to them, so that they might show us another way of doing things. You know, I mean, as I sit and I talk to them, I know that the passion that they have within is because of unemployment and lack of opportunity. They have a different way of dealing with situations than we do as their parents. So I really feel that the remaining positions, let's have a few Gen Zs, let them recommend people. They cannot remain leaderless and faceless. They have to come out and say, these are the people we're recommending for these ministries, and let the president consider them. And I really pray that together we can make a difference to not just Kenya, but the region, because we lead by example. Thank you.
Honorable Esther Passaris, the last time I checked, all Kenyans are in government, including the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Which government is this you want Prime Minister Raila Odinga to join? The last time I checked, all Kenyans are in government, but in different political parties, as stated in Article 4. So which government is this you are inviting Baba to? The one he is already in, or another country? You want to respond to that?
You see, right now, obviously, I always say this to people, that whether you're in opposition, whether you are in government, whether you are in judiciary, whether you are in executive, we are all part of the government. We all constitute the government. But I believe that with the position that the country found itself, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga has said he's willing to come to dialogue, because we cannot solve our problems through anarchy. And in him coming through dialogue, if he can suggest a few people, technocrats, who can be able to help steer this government in the right direction, then I think that will be helping the government to be able to deliver. Because as opposition, there's very limited things that we can do when we don't have the majority.
Clarification made, Honorable Passaris. Thank you very much. There is no position under our current constitution. Thank you. Honorable Kainan, because of rank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I comment on the audit report of the NCDF, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to delve a bit back on the history of this great nation. Mr. Speaker, this country was once called the British East Africa Company in the early 1880-something. Then later on, this country became, that was a personal company, a private company. And later on, we became the British Protectorate. And later on, we became the British colony. And at a certain stage, we were allowed to do our own internal self-rule up to 1962. In 1963, we got our independence. In 1969, with agitation, we became a one-party state. And Mr. Speaker, in 1991, we went back and became a multi-party state. In 1992, we held our first general election under the multi-party constitution. And Mr. Speaker, since then, there has been agitation for new constitutional dispensation until 2010, when we promulgated the current constitution. Mr. Speaker, since then there has been eventful activities in our country. During the just concluded general elections, we have had the Hasala effect. And just last month, we have had the Gen Z uprising. Under all this, one thing emerges, that Kenyans are resilient, Kenyans are ever optimistic, and Kenyans are very proud people when it comes to their country. Mr. Speaker, I want to send my condolences and empathies to those young Kenyans under the tag the Gen Zs, genuine Gen Zs, who decided to put a bit of awakening call on the leadership on the political leadership of this country. Wherever you are, my sons and daughters, we have heard you. Your message is loud. Your message is clear. You have made clear points that have been implemented by His Excellency the President. And we want you to be patient. Don't delve into anything else. Whatever positive suggestions that you have made to improve on our governance, I want to assure you, as the Father of Parliament, as the longest serving member of Parliament, we have heard you. I have personally heard you. We will take all those issues into account, and I can assure you, business will not be as usual. As we do that, destruction, violence, and all other related issues that can negate the gains that we have made since independence will not add any value. I want to beseech you, wherever you are, because I know, as the gallant sons and daughters of the Republic of Kenya who have gone to school, we beseech you, don't destroy Kenya. We beseech you, wherever you are, be patient with the political class. Now that your points have been heard, and it's clear, and I want to repeat, and let me start from myself, because my daughters, my sons, and to some extent, even my grandchildren will soon be there. We have heard you, the message is clear. I want to also ask the political class that we must pause and say, what has led to this Gen Z's uprising? We must deal with corruption. We must deal with inefficiencies in government departments. We must stand for the rights of Kenyans as far as their governance activities are concerned. And therefore, for those of us who are in politics, for those of us who have been entrusted with the leadership of this country, we must do a bit of summative and formative evaluation and take into account those positive suggestions made by our sons and daughters. I want to ask you once again, please give the President and his government an opportunity to internalize and implement those positive suggestions that you have made. I am aware that right now there are a lot of underemployment. There are a lot of unemployments. So many graduates with first-class degrees are outside there in the field without jobs. This can only be sorted out if we put our heads together, if we collectively work for the premier nation called Kenya. Kenya is our motherland. For those of us who have had an opportunity, and I've had an opportunity of being the chairman of Defense and Foreign Relations, and having gone to many countries, I can tell you, we have a country that we ought to be proud of. Civil war only creates humanitarian crisis, environmental devastation, hunger, and total lawlessness. Wherever we are, Mr. Speaker, having a country governed under the rule of law, under what you call constitutionalism, is not something that you can exchange for anything else. I want us just to look around and see what has happened. Unfortunately, the things that happened to some of our neighbors and where they are today. I do also appreciate that we are not where we are supposed to be. We have lagged behind. This country in the 80s, in the 60s, was a donor country, Mr. Speaker. Our GDP was at par with South Korea. Our GDP was at par with Indonesia. Today, the GDP of South Korea is 50 times that of Kenya. We used to be a lending nation, donor nation to the newly independent African countries. Today, we have lagged behind. These issues must be addressed collectively. The president alone cannot address. The citizenship must be ready to support the government. The president must be ready to listen to the citizens. The citizens must have faith in their leadership. The leadership must remain accountable, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is why I say, as the father of the 13th Parliament, there comes a time when we must all get together, reason, and collectively pursue a path that will add us to the list of developed nations, Mr. Speaker. That path cannot be achieved through violence. That path cannot be achieved through the activities that we have seen in the name of economic sabotage. Mr. Speaker, how do you create employment, yet the very avenues of creating employment are being sabotaged? When you say you want to occupy Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, which is the communication hub, the transport hub of the region, literally you want to grind our economic activities to halt. Where will employment come from, Mr. Speaker? when you want to discourage the business people in creating wealth, where will employment come from? We are negating every positive activities our forefathers, our fathers have left to that. It is our generation. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to all of us. We must reason together. We must listen to each other. We must all say, what is it that I can add positively to this premier nation? We also do appreciate this is a country of many tribes. This is a country of many regions. This is a diverse country. Our diversity must be used to positively project the image of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, wherever we are, politicians come and go, but Kenya will remain. Where are those freedom fighters? They are all gone. They have left us to take this country to another level. It's our time, and we must not allow this country to degenerate into the state of lawlessness when we are awake, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do know politics is so divisive. We have had it. Elections come and go. We have had elections. We have a democratically elected government. President Ruto did not use our power. He was elected. The elections were disputed. The Supreme Court validated. He is the duly democratically elected president of the Republic of Kenya. Whereas you may have issues, can we do it through our established, democratically accepted process? And the process are there. We have our own political parties. We have our constitutions. We have the courts. We have other avenues of passing information. But Mr. Speaker, wherever we are, I want to plead with also my colleagues, the political class, those who have been yabbing around. I want to tell you, you have not seen the effects of civil war. You only need to go out. Please remember, I cannot be a refugee at this age. I cannot allow my grandchildren to be refugees in this age. I will do whatever it takes as an individual, as a leader, to make sure Kenya remains a united, democratic country. And this will not be a mean achievement. Mr. Speaker, I do know today what you said when you contributed touched me emotionally. Because there comes a time when a person must get out of that tribal yoke, regional thinking, and expand one's horizon of thinking and say, what is it that I can add to my country? Mr. Speaker, I know right now, we're in a very difficult period. Not only Kenya. Look at what's happening globally. Look at what has happened in Bangladesh the other day. Look at what has happened in America 2 days ago. Look at what is happening. There's a global, general activities that are going on. But there, you saw the other day, even President Biden say, look, we cannot afford to contribute to anything that negates the existence of the United States of America. What are we doing as leadership? Mr. Speaker, I want to recommit, and I want my sons and daughters, wherever they are, to listen. Your message was loud. Your message was clear. Your agenda was focused. And I'm sure we in the political class will give you an opportunity. And I also want to appreciate the President for hearing the cries of our children. That is why the President declined to assent to the finance bill. That is why the President dissolved his cabinet. That is why the President decided to accept to go to the social media platform. We have a listening President. Can we give him an opportunity to guide this country? Because without our support, it will be difficult to govern this country. And therefore, for God's sake, for the sake of this country, I want to ask the political class, and I like what you said today when you contributed, let us not be guided by our petty day-to-day political partnership driven by regional interest. Let us be driven by what brings this country together. Let us be driven by what constitutes the Premier Republic of Kenya. We will compete here, but outside there we are all members of parliament. If you read Article 95, Mr. Speaker, Article 94, I read with Article 95, Article 96, and even look at the opening chapter. Sovereignty is equated to representation. Where is that representation, Mr. Speaker? That representation must come in the form of accountability, in the form of being prepared to listen to what our people are saying, and that comes as part of our oversight role. That comes as part of our legislative role. That comes as part of our budget role. Mr. Speaker, my plea on this particular topic is, for God's sake, and I say I've traveled to over 136 countries, even countries that you do not know the names. I have covered, out of the 186, I've gone to over 136 countries in my over 2.5 something decades in Parliament. And I want to say, this is the most beautiful country. This is the most resilient country. Kenyans are the most generous and the most ever enthusiastic people that I've ever interacted with. This we must all be ready to protect. And I dare anyone say that Kenya requires all of us. Kenya requires all of us at every given stage. That is the only way. Devoid of our petty, and we'll have competition. Even if we go back to our villages, I have a competitor. You have a competitor. Even in your homestead, you will have a competitor. Without competition, we'll not develop. That competition should be used positively. And I want to add, those of us in leadership, let us not be guided by emotions. Let us look at the mirror and see ourselves. What we have done. Are we part of the problem? Can you be part of the solution? Can we change positions? It's only fools who don't change positions. If there is unemployment, let us all work hard and create wealth. How to create wealth is not destruction. On this topic, Mr. Speaker, join me. And I know I've had to say this because I was really emotionally touched when one of the international news outlets reported that Kenya is on the brink of a civil war because of what they have gathered on the streets. Luckily, by the grace of God, the next day, the streets were normal. Everything was going on normal. That reflects the resilience of the people of Kenya. Let us not take that for granted. Mr. Speaker, coming back to CDF, I have been a member of parliament without CDF. I have been a member of parliament without CDF. I have been also a member of parliament when Engineer Karuwe came up with the idea of CDF. I want to tell you this. When I was first elected, my constituency was the only constituency in the Republic of Kenya without a single secondary school, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'm representing the second constituency. That was Wajir West. I'm now in another constituency called Eldas. We have tens of secondary schools. We have tens of primary schools, courtesy of CDF. I want to urge you, for those who are associating, for those who want to tie us at the hip with CDF, then member of parliament has no role. Other than the role of the member of parliament pursuant to Article 95, the member of parliament has no role with CDF. The only thing, Mr. Speaker, there is confusion. Allow me to say this. We have been in this parliament. We have witnessed the promulgation of the current constitution. We do not have a federal government. We have an economic devolution at 3 levels. We have national, county, and CDF. And each category has its own players. So for those who want to rubbish CDF, I want to tell you, it will not happen during our lifetime. It will not happen during our lifetime. Because removing CDF is denying development to our people. For those, because of their, there are people who are ego-driven. There are people, the only thing they understand is they must create space for themselves, whether illegal or legal. These spaces must be created legally. Allow me to say this, Mr. Speaker. For those governors, and I will be the governor of Wajir in 2027. But nothing takes, inshallah, nothing removes the role of the member of parliament. The role of the member of parliament is distinct. The mandate and function of CDF is clearly spelled out in CDF Act. Why are these shenanigans going around to remove CDF? It's simply because of one thing. There are, you remember the way people want to consolidate power and resources around them. They are not after development. I want to ask you, resist anything that attempts to remove CDF. Whether it's LSK, whether it is the Senate, whether it is the county, whether it's the governor, we must resist and stand firm and say, CDF is not the property of the member of parliament. CDF is a facility for that particular constituency. And that must remain, and it must remain this.
Only 1 minute.
Only
Mr.
1
Speaker,
minute.
Under all this, we must also ask the fund managers and the people who deal with CDF, that CDF must be managed in the most accountable manner, in the most transparent manner. That is the only way we can also be accountable. So I want to add, those who are also tasked with running CDF, you must be prepared to be held accountable for how the resources are used and how efficient those resources reach those people who are attending. Mr. Speaker, with this, I support and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kainan. The Honorable Joshua Kimilu, the MP for Kaiti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And before, Mr. Speaker, I contribute, I want to thank the committee for the good job they have done, led by the chair and represented here by Honorable Billy, who is a friend of mine. And I know when they were doing the report, they had many consideration of the CDF, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I talk about CDF, I want to say those who are fighting CDF, they are enemies of the people. Mr. Speaker, if I can say, for the CDF, the work the CDF is doing on the ground is the project done by the CDF is only the project which are feasible in our constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say when I joined Parliament in 2017, Mr. Speaker, my people gave me some guidelines and told me that I do the right, make sure that the CDF men are safe, and Mr. Speaker, that is what made me to come back to this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I have 280 students which have given the full scholarship. They are given a full scholarship by the CDF, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. Members of Parliament are not signatories of CDF. They are just overseers. And they are the patrons of the CDF. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the good work the CDF is doing in our constituencies, Mr. Speaker, is the only work which can be shown, Mr. Speaker. When we come to bursaries, Mr. Speaker, many of the people, the Gen Zs, have gone to school. They have been using the CDF, Mr. Speaker, the bursaries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for this financial year, I gave the beneficiaries, 20,000 beneficiaries of from my constituencies through CDF, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I say this CDF is doing a tremendous job in our constituencies and in Kenya as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I was thinking the other day when the Gen Zs had the issue of Mandamano in this country, and I think this is the high time the president of this country to just watch and sit down and think of how to distribute the resources in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, CDF is a good example of how the resources of this country can be equally distributed, Mr. Speaker. If we get the example of CDF, Mr. Speaker, and the billions and trillions of budget we pass in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, if we can be distributing the resources, like, for example, Mr. Speaker, the money for roads, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this country, there are areas like Turkana, areas like Ukambani, whereby for the last 4 years, we have not even seen a tarmac of even 1 kilometer, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, if the money we pass here, we can distribute according to the constituencies of this country, Mr. Speaker. I think we can get equal distribution of the resources, Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying the money to be distributed through the constituencies, but if the ministry can distribute, if it comes to electricity, Mr. Speaker, they distribute the money through to make sure every constituency gets some part of the money, Mr. Speaker. I think by doing so, we can get equal distribution of resources, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we go to the constituencies, you get, and I like the way the board of CDF is doing, Mr. Speaker, because they always make sure that if you fund a project, they make sure they do a follow-up to make sure that that project is completed. And that's why we are avoiding, if you go around the country, you cannot get many white elephant projects from the CDF, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is the way to go, Mr. Speaker. So when people are talking, those who are talking of doing away, removing the CDF, I think they are the enemies of the people, Mr. Speaker. We have people who cannot even take their children to secondary school. And I have cases in my constituency whereby it is through the bursaries whereby children can go to school, Mr. Speaker. We have people who are living below the poverty line, Mr. Speaker, and they are being helped by the bursaries through the NGCDF, Mr. Speaker. So I think, Mr. Speaker, when we talk of the issue of CDF, we need to be sober. We need to talk when we are sober, Mr. Speaker. And I want to request all the members of parliament. This is the time we need to stand together and make sure that we defend the law and make sure that the CDF stays so that the Kenyans can get the benefits of it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to environment, Mr. Speaker, through the CDF is doing some environment, is supporting the environment to support the Vision 2030, Mr. Speaker. We are doing water plants through the CDF. We are planting trees through the CDF. And, Mr. Speaker, this is where the way to go, to conserve environment and to make sure, because due to climate change, Mr. Speaker, we join the other part of the world, Mr. Speaker, to conserve environment through CDF, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even through the CDF, we are doing the police stations, we are doing the administration blocks for the administration, Mr. Speaker, and this is a work done by CDF, and that's why I'm saying it's the high time for us to protect the CDF and make sure that Kenyans are benefiting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was watching another clip when the Gen Zs were on their daily of maandamano, Mr. Speaker. And I see someone saying, me, I went to school because I'm having my degree because of NGCDF, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think that is the way to go. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the good work they have done and say that let's support the report. And, Mr. Speaker, make sure that the CDF is there to stay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Paul Biego, MP for Chesumei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also voice my contribution. And from the onset, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the committee for the good job that they have done. And as a matter of fact, we've been having so many discussions about CDF. And as I concur with many of the members, my colleagues who have spoken, this should be a closed chapter. We actually need to entrench it into the Constitution so that we have this matter rest once and for all. Of course, we all know that CDF advocates for accountability, public participation, equity in access and availability of complaints, and redress mechanisms when it comes to its management. We do not spend funds from CDF without public participation. And for sure, I heard one member say that it is not equity, but I must say that how the CDF funds are distributed in the country based on the number of wards you have, I find it equitable. And hence, to me, without CDF means that this country will not be the same again. What we see in our villages, what we see in our constituencies, what is visible is what CDF has done. We are alive to the fact that so many billions of shillings go to county governments. But if you walk around the country, what you're going to see and what is really visible is what CDF has built. CDF bursary, of course, is open to local, primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions, hence accommodating a wide span of education beneficiaries. And of course, why I also like it and why I'm supporting it, it also supports postgraduate students. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, we have around 9,000 plus students who are benefiting from a program that we initiated, which we say free primary food program. So I can't imagine if CDF is scrapped, what the 9,000 students are going to do. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this particular fund has got praises across the board. It's been praised for incorporating the poverty index when allocating part of the funds, and this has a high impact potential in addressing historical and systematic wrongs, such as regional disparities. The CBS, which is the Central Bureau of Statistics, found that Kenya was a nation with huge disparities. And in service, accessibility, quality, and efficiency, and hence the CDF, being a public fund, plays a crucial role in addressing some of those disparities. And I'm also alive to the fact that, Mr. Speaker, many members who are members of parliament right now benefited from this fund. Had it not been of the CDF, many members would not be in this house because they benefited from this fund. The many children, young children with dreams but no facilitation to go through schools to achieve their dreams, they are catered for by CDF to realize their ambitions. So we should not, or I'll not be part of the people who are seeing dreams for young people getting to an end or dying, yet this facility of CDF has really helped many people and many children. The other day, or what is happening right now in Kenya, maybe what the Gen Zs are doing, I'm calling upon them that we have a listening president. The president has taken into consideration what they wanted, and I'm appealing to them to actually give the president and the Kenya Kwanza government time, because it's just 2 years, not even 2 years. And I believe what is also happening in terms of economy is visible. The inflation rate, which from 9% to around less than 5%, is a clear indicator that things are going on well. If I would just plead with them that we have had as leaders, of course what is happening, every leader right now knows that what the Kenyans and what the Gen Zs have said is that they want accountability in all funds or in all fundings. And I know for sure they have seen what the president has done. He did not sign the bill, and there should really be no reason as to why we are still having unrest. It would be a worse situation and scenario if the president, since he's a human being, gives up too. So I would just appeal to them that we don't want to drive this country into anarchy, because all the countries who have been driven in such manners, they've never recovered. And I call upon the Gen Zs that it is now time to give the president, to give the government ample time. And I know for sure in the few months ahead, they are going to see a lot of difference. So let me support the report of the committee that NGCDF, nobody should even think of scrapping it, because that is what this country relies on in terms of development. There are many schools, even over the weekend in my constituency, that when I was going for prayer day, I would see that the students are really many, yet they are just in 1 acre or so, and they were pleading that they need to be bought for land. We are alive to the fact that the ministries do not, or the funding from ministry, do not buy land. And what can be able to assist these particular schools is funding from NGCDF. And after all, the management of NGCDF, how the funds are managed from the time you are given to the time when it is being implemented until the completion, the supervisory or the supervising body in NGCDF are up to the task and we usually get good results. So I would not see why anybody would want to pull down such kind of a system and we go into a system that we do not know. So let me appeal to members that we should all resist on this, and we should also entrench it so that we do not have further discussions pertaining NGCDF. It is crystal clear, and that is what is actually making us, even as members of parliament, relevant in our oversight role. Somebody somewhere, and people sometimes think it is money for members of parliament. I want to be extremely clear that we don't even get a shilling. We don't even handle even the bursaries or the development because we are not even signatories of any funds being given out by NGCDF. What our work is to supervise and actually oversight and to ensure that it has been disbursed in the manner which it's intended for. Otherwise, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and let us all unite to ensure that this NGCDF does not go anywhere and instead be entrenched in the Constitution. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this time.
The MP for Nyatike. The Honorable Dege.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this noble debate which has been going on in the House today. As a member of Parliament who has been implementing projects using CDF for the last 5 years, and if we don't forget very fast, as those who advocated for devolution in this country, I would have wished that the debate today would have been for how do we get more money to the lowest level possible, but not how do we stop disbursement of CDF money. It should be a rallying call to all leaders in this country that we devolve more funds. And even if you talk about the Senate, what the debate I was expecting from the Senate was how do we create a fund similar to CDF at the ward level so that we move more money from the national level up to the lowest level possible. But trying to think that a fund which has been established closer to the people to be killed just because the name of MP is seen there, I think that one is backwardness. I've met a number of senators and in functions, and you look at the way they are arguing, it's ignorance. And I would wish, as a National Assembly or Senate, we need a seminar for senators to understand exactly where we are coming from and where we are going. If a senator can stand inside the House and purport that we are driving cars, big cars, just because we are managing CDF, it's foolishness. Some of us came to this parliament when we were driving V8, me inclusive. And somebody trying to say that now if I'm driving V8, it's just because I have CDF, is ignorance. And those of most senators who are arguing like that were former MPs. And we never told them to go to Senate. If being an MP was good for them enough, why were they going to the Senate? Me, senators, if they can listen to me, let them think of devolving more funds to the wards and not thinking of how do we stop CDF. We need more money at the grassroots. We need more funds closer to the people. Even CDF as MPs here, the debate I was expecting now in this budget, how are we improving this money? Like me seated here today, I can tell you I have over 800 fully sponsored students in TVETs and universities being funded by CDF fully. Most of those students, if you talk to them today, that's why Gen Zs are making noise here in big towns, and they cannot make noise in Nyatike because they are taking the bulk of the money. The bulk of the money from CDF of Nyatike is actually benefiting the Gen Zs in my constituency. If you go to them today and you tell them, how do we go about this CDF now that people don't want it, they'll ban you. And I can challenge the senators and even the governors. They go and conduct public participation in our constituencies about CDF and they'll get the results. The only money being talked of at the lowest level there is CDF. And we would want to change the debate if the senators are working and the governors. We need a fund in the wards so that they can lessen our responsibility down there. We divide the responsibility. Like now, you go there as an MP, you'll find people asking you for roads, you'll find people asking you for water, you'll find some people asking you for ECDs because they see you building classrooms and those ECDs are lacking. Water is also lacking. They look for that water from you. And when you come to our act here, you are barred from doing those things. But those people, because they elected you, they think that's your full responsibility and you're supposed to be doing it there. That's why the debate now should be how do we devolve more money to the lowest level possible. And if I would have been a member of Senate today, I would have lobbied the National Assembly. We see how best we can get more funds from the national government up to the ward level, but you don't fight a fund which is already devolved and is closer to the people. If you stop that money there, this money is from the national government. There is no guarantee if you stop it today, it will go to the county. That money will revert back to the national government, and those governors will not see it. So by trying to stop people from getting money up to the lowest level possible, I would say here today that it's a debate which we cannot entertain. If a senator talked of CDF to be MP's money, that senator needs to be enlightened. It requires a seminar. If not, then divine intervention, because they don't live in this country. They don't know what they're supposed to do so that we can lift this country together. What can make us lift this country together is insisting on how we can get more money from the national office to the lowest level. CDF is one of them. If they work and they think they can help Kenyans well, let them advocate we get money again, which can go up to the ward level where the ward people can budget of. Then when they come from the ward, we do something at the constituency. The governor also does something at the constituency level. We'll get more money at the lowest level as opposed to now trying to debate over a fund which its benefit has been seen down there. So for anyone who is thinking of how to try and frustrate CDF, let them be ready to face the wrath of Kenyans. This thing is now beyond an MP. This fund has been owned by Kenyans, and when you want to criticize this fund, be rest assured the Kenyans will face you because this is the money they're seeing down there. Because with us, we don't pay any salary. With us, we don't pay anything. We take the money to the people, and we do what those people are looking for. If it was not for CDF, I don't think we would be having schools to be proud of. If it was not for CDF, I don't think orphans would have gone to school. If it's not for CDF, I don't think our own police officers, chiefs, and schools or school administrators would have something they can pinpoint out to be happening down there. Some of us worked in the civil service when the CDF was not there. And I can tell you, every student, orphan who used to go to school, we were fundraising for them. But as we are talking now, the fundraising for secondary school fee has drastically reduced because of this money. You talk about the university, now all MPs seated here. Now that the students are reporting in August and September, I'm sure your phones are full with messages. And those messages are targeting what? Bursaries. Where do we get that bursary? NGCDF. So if somebody is coming out to purport that this money is being eaten by MPs, let them go to EACC, they go to DCI and report. Because a member of parliament is not allowed even to do business with this money. And if there is any member of parliament doing business with this fund, the law is there. Let them be apprehended. But we cannot group everybody and group the whole country and say MPs are buying cars using this money. Let them single out those individual MPs. But let us not fight a fund who is doing a good service to the people of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. We have to defend this money. And on this one, we have to defend the position of the committee. And I want to say here categorically that we are going to die with the committee and ensure that we protect this fund, not for ourselves, but for the people of Kenya. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Engineer Paul Nzengu, MP for Mwingi North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak to this matter as well. From the onset, I support the report. And I just want to say that CDF funds, there's been a confusion or misunderstanding or misinterpretation by a lot of people out there. And as many members have contributed and said, this is the only fund that seems to be visible on the ground. The results are tangible. They can always be seen. There is nothing done undercover. If it is projects are done to completion. They are there physically. There is no provision for anyone to try and maybe misuse the fund or misinterpret the usage of the funds. And therefore, the misinterpretation by the civil society, by the senators, by the enemies of our constituencies is completely misplaced. Mr. Speaker, if we look at my constituency, for example, this year alone we have allocated or given bursaries to over 16,000 beneficiaries. And we have built schools, we have built classrooms, we have built police stations. And I keep on wondering, when the police, for example, come knocking the doors of the constituency offices and asking for money for the construction of offices, where is the money that goes to the Ministry of Interior? They are allocated in the budget a lot of money, as those of us who have been able to look at how much money is allocated to some of these ministries. Yet, the offices of the police officers and the chiefs, and even the DCCs, some of them are in dilapidated situations, others are being done in makeshift structures, yet the national government or the executive is allocated quite a lot of money when you compare. Mr. Speaker, if you consider also the fact that CDF funds are part of the national or the executive or the national government funds, and the funds are taken down to the constituency level. That is also a unit where equality is more or less like exercised. Because if it were not so, if this money remained, for example, in the national executive, and a certain constituency like mine, which is like an opposition, so to say, constituency, then there is no guarantee that money will end up getting there. So I think the wisdom of our predecessors who formulated the law on CDF, I think that we need to recognize that that was a lot of wisdom. I can compare that with also the CARA funds, because CARA funds are also distributed or shared among constituencies in Kenya. If it were not so, I'm sure there are constituencies in Kenya who will never have any roads repaired because of the fact that we are not maybe reading from the same script with certain peoples in power. And Mr. Speaker, you know I brought an issue here in this parliament over the same, asking about how the money from what we call the GOK funds, the ones that are not shared by, or they are not distributed by the act, the road act that allocates money for CARA, for example, the 22%, the 10%, the balance of which, the 10%, which now goes to the minister's allocation, you realize that that money is never getting to certain constituencies. Yet you will hear that a certain constituency or a certain county has an allocation of over 2 billion shillings. And yet a county like Kitui gets less than even 50 million. That is a kind of comparison that I can make, that when you have money distributed according to the constituencies, it reaches every corner of this country. When you have money that is being left to an individual to decide, then that money only gets to certain people and not to every corner of our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate that these CDF funds have really done tremendous job, and it really has changed the scenario in the country. Well, of course, there could be issues here and there on distribution. For example, if you compare my constituency, which has 282 primary schools and 58 secondary schools, that is a total of 340 or 330 schools in total. And I have got 94 sublocations and 34 locations. When you compare that with certain other constituencies, you realize that certain constituencies are sort of disadvantaged in one or another, because we are given equal or the same amount of money, And yet, the schools that expect to benefit from the CDF funds are not the same. You find that in certain constituencies, even in rural constituencies, some constituencies have got schools up to about less than 100. In urban constituencies, you have a constituency that has only 4 or 3 schools. And then when people in my constituency do not understand that I have to, the CDF funds have got to take care of 330 schools compared to Nairobi, where in Isili there are only 4 schools, and they see that CDF is doing story classrooms, then they start complaining, oh, where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? Why is our MP not building, or why is our CDF not building, story building? Some other schools, they even get tarmac roads in Nairobi, for example, because it cannot keep on going up and up and up. So I think there's maybe some misconceptions here and there that I think, Mr. Speaker, can be corrected going forward. And the confidence that is with CDF is the same that has resulted into the president declaring that money that was supposed to be set aside to do junior secondary schools, that money has been sent through, or it has been sent through the GCDF. Why is it? Because it has been proved that CDF funds are always channeled in the right way, and the projects are done to completion. I think when the money goes to the ministry, there are so many loopholes that can be used and the money will be lost. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very clear for the senators to be agitating for winding up of NGCDF. I think that is completely misplaced. I have met people who are supporting certain senators and saying that we members of parliament, because of CDF, we consume 70% and 30% is the one that goes to implementation of project. I think it's a pity, and I think senators should be given a public education so that they understand the act, the NGCDF Act. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Upstanding, the debate on this particular motion will continue tomorrow. Honorable members, the time being 7:00 p.m., I will say again, honorable members, the time being 7:00 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 24th day of July 2024 at 9:30 a.m.